What is up, everybody? I know hardly anything about this game, but apparently it was supposed to be an MMO, then they canceled the shit out of it, and now apparently it's kind of like Darksiders. I don't know how that works, but we'll figure it out. Go max difficulty, because that's what we've been doing lately. Finding ways, absolutely.
We lived in an age of wonders.
Hey, I like the 1, 2, 3.
We wove magic
75
into
months,
steel
holy shit.
and shaped the elements with our words. And yet, even in this golden age, there were stories of cities falling to darkness. Of a force
Oh shit,
reaching
chat.
from
Darkness. Cookie Killer 41. We're really taking this story seriously right now.
We didn't believe them.
But thank you for the subs, guys.
Us.
And Zert. Chat, can you believe we're not taking this darkness threat seriously?
Our world.
Can you believe that?
We never knew who created them, or that someday
I don't know what the hell they're even talking
they
about
would
right now.
return.
Something darkness. I like how I barely played Kingdom Hearts. It was so boring, dude. The only part I liked about it was making fun of the terrible story. Well, that guy looks cool.
But we weren't defenseless. We must get to the beacon!
This is foul magic. Silo, clear a path.
On it! Horns, anger issues. Remind you of anyone?
Shut up and fight.
Reinhardt.
There are too many. Make for the gate. We're through.
What now?
Now, Wingrave, we light the beacon. Somehow, these markings. I can do this. But I'll need some time.
Not really an engaging premise.
Precursor. We have to buy her some time.
False one! This is vengeance for my people.
This! I am sorry. No! Just a little longer.
Damn.
We're so
Correct.
close.
You've done it. The light. Your gods are dead. Your world is ours.
This feels all over the place. How is that the intro? Okay, I like how half the people in the intro aren't actually here, but, let's see. Powerful strike, blah, blah, blah. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! Text. I don't want to read all this. Give me, like, a really brief summary game. Okay, I guess he's a tank. That sucks. He looks the coolest, but normally in games like this, like, the kind of, like, tanky, healy characters are fucking boring as hell. I guess we'll see. He just looks like a tool. So I'm guessing it's like rogue, ranger, tank. That's what it seems like. Major Texto, Sleepy Blaze. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while, but thank you for the 26 months. Over 2 years there. Did you find a way to play story replay? Wait, what? If we're talking about FGO, absolutely not. Like, that's just not a thing. Yeah, too many words. We'll try him.
We fight for the living.
Hopefully you can change characters if you, don't like. He needs a helmet. Lurking, fair enough. That's what I mostly do when I watch streamers. I just lurk. And then you know what, chat? When I finally chime in, I don't backseat. Can you believe that? No way. Yeah, let him backseat.
Can you hear me?
Uh,
Quickly, follow my voice.
Okay. Oh, we do have a helmet. Why the fuck didn't we have that in the cutscene? Yeah, actually, I logged into this game right before the stream. I didn't play it, but I adjusted the keybinds and stuff, and I think I made the right calls with them. We'll see. But I forgot what I made. Okay. I got it.
Skylight needs you. Take the shot.
It's a little loud. All right, well.
I remember. I am Harless Wingrave. I was a warrior, an Imperial Archon, charged to carry the light of the Architects into the darkest places.
Warhammer?
And to vanquish the forces of evil.
What is this story, dude? It's so like discombobulated.
It's all vague. I remember countless enemies, cultists, monsters. Now, it seems that the Empire has been swallowed up by this darkness, that the Architects themselves may have fallen. But their light lives on in me, and I will fight to protect those who survived.
Praise the Architects. I thought we'd lost you. We need to get you back to Skyla. There's no...
I'm not listening to all that text. Sound is still a little loud. Let me... No, see, it says I'm heroic, chat. You gotta respect it. I'm a hero. It wouldn't say that otherwise. Lesser hero. You guys are never letting that go. We need to actually finish Ninja Gaiden. We haven't done that yet. Can I air attack? Okay, I can. Okay, what's the point of... Literally, what is the like... There's... God. I don't know how to explain my annoyance here. Like, the swing time and hitbox of these two things are so similar. One of them is just better than the other one, right? So, like, I can't even imagine the purpose of having both of them. And the only thing I can think of maybe is, like, this one does less damage, but you're blocking while you're attacking or something. That'd be kind of cool. But, like, those are just way too similar. Oh, we do have a block. Is there a perfect block? Doesn't really seem like it. That's disappointing. What the fuck did that do?
Greater dangers wait in the shadows.
I'm not gonna lie,
ahead.
this character looks cool, but I don't like his gameplay at all. I do not like characters that are designed this way.
Be quick, but be careful.
I can just tell he does really low damage and he's like tanky and you're supposed to get hit.
Bound to this
Fucking
lair of
lame.
gloom. You must find the anchor and destroy
Oh man, double jump! But all the other characters look dumb as hell. But yeah, gameplay wise, this is not it.
For the Empire.
Oh, it's a taunt. Why would I need a taunt? Why in God's name would I need a taunt? That's so bad. That has to be a relic of this being an MMO. That's so dumb, dude. I hate this character already, dude. like Fiona in Vindictus is like a shield character, but is done really well because you're never supposed to get hit, right? It's like you're supposed to be like really good with your blocking, but this character already feels sloppy because like when there doesn't seem to be a perfect block. Like you just take damage when you block, it just reduces the damage taken, and that's lame. You know, already not a fan. No, it's not an MMO, but it was going to be, but now it's a single player game. But like that taunt really feels like a relic of that. Let me really mess around with this block here. I mean, I took 0 damage, but if that's a perfect block, there's really no indicator of it. Like visually, that's pretty bad. Okay, now let me like blatantly not perfect block. Still took 0 damage. Is there a gauge? Yeah, I see below my health there is a gauge. Like my stamina's going down when I block. Okay, I took 17 damage when I was doing that attack. Yeah, I don't think these E attacks or whatever, they don't seem to block while you're doing them, so I don't know what the point of them are.
Cut through the barrier. Focus. Channel your power through the shard.
Silence! Dude, I wonder if like that does more than just a taunt though. I'll have to check. Also, I have to see boss fights. That's a really big part of like if a character will be fun. I swear I did a counterattack here. Oh, there we go. Does 32 damage, where a normal attack does like 20. It's not that amazing.
You're close to the anchor, the heart of this shadow. You must move quickly before it senses your presence.
Get behind me!
Dude, you can just tell this was supposed to be an MMO. Like, why? Like this? Oh, imagine you would never have an ability like this in like an actual single-player game, dude. Like, get behind me. Who? Chad, get behind me. I'm not a coward.
There it is. The anchor of this gloom shadow. You must destroy it.
Let me see. Taunting, yeah, marks with righteous strike, right protect, deal bonus damage, anyone hits. But yeah, you do, like, the taunt does more than just a taunt, but the taunt seems super fucking pointless. So this makes you immune to all damage. Is it only other people, or is it... I don't know if you count as an ally. This is for projectiles. I hate this character, dude. Like, it's just, everything is just like a shield and defense and healing. This is not fun at all. Sucks, because he was the only character design that I liked from what was available there. Dude's got skinny legs.
It summoned protection. Prepare yourself.
Man, you really do not have to time this block, like, at all.
Your sentence is death.
Why is this shit on my screen?
You won't get through.
Can I block this, like, shockwave thing? Oh god, almost died.
Lost. I'm wounded.
The fuck? That doesn't even make sense to me because like, everything's been doing so little damage to me, and then now all of a sudden I'm just like almost instantly die. That seems kind of silly.
My light grows dim.
Oh no, this feels kind of sloppy, like the gameplay. It's not your character, like your movement, everything feels fine. It's just the enemies, like you play like an action game, like a Darksiders or DMC type character, but the enemies play like an MMO character, where it's like their attacks are kind of just sloppy bullshit.
My light grows dim.
The anchor is vulnerable. Focus your power through the shard.
That
Destroy
did
it.
not feel particularly good.
The path is clear. But
I kind of want to try a different character. Like I think this character just feels terrible to play. It's just the other two characters looked lame. But I kind of want to try a different one because I can just tell I'm not gonna enjoy playing this character at all. I wonder if you can switch whenever you want, or if you have to make a new file.
at last. Come. We have much to discuss.
You have a running attack. I didn't even realize that. Dude, your shield attacks just seem so fucking pointless. Like, they don't do anything. They don't block while you're doing them, so it's like, why? Yeah, I'm just gonna see if I can switch here. Like, this character seems like ass. Looks cool, but... I don't see a way to change character. It's kind of dumb. It's just, I don't know, man. This game's not impressing me because, like, it's got decent graphics and like the movement feels good and stuff like that, but I just feel like all these like relics of it being an MMO, and like I feel like they didn't change it enough. It's like, why can't I just change characters? If it's not an MMO, it's like, the fuck? It's like there's no point to that. Yeah, I guess we have to make a new game. What the fuck? Is this Dragon's Dogma? Like, dude, how is this a single player game? What is wrong with them? Like, oh man, you want to play a different character? Guess you're gonna have to delete everything you ever did. Like, this is literally like Dragon's Dogma, dude. What the fuck? That is dumb as shit. This game is doing like everything to piss me off right now.
We lived in an age of wonders.
I mean, we absolutely could not change our character. And I have to listen to some bullshit. Well, you have to get farther into the game. Like, it's a fucking single player game. I will try this one.
In the shadows.
Like, ranged characters just super suck in games like this. Yeah, just play your game for 10 hours before you unlock basic functionality.
Can you hear me? Quickly, follow my voice.
Okay, what we do now? Okay. The fuck did that do? What the fuck did that do? Causing your next 3 dodges to pierce a nearby enemy. I guess it makes your dodge do damage, I think is what that is.
Skylight needs you. Take the shard.
This game is giving me such a bad first impression, though. Feels so sloppy.
The Blade of Shadows. My people are the Deep Eldrin, ancient and wise.
Yeah, that's great.
Forgotten by the
Yeah.
world above.
Yeah, forgotten. Yeah, that's rough.
There's no...
God, they don't even have shoes. What a fucking loser. They look so much lamer than the other character. What's this do? Okay.
Greater dangers wait in the shadows.
Can you air dodge? Oh yeah, you can. Okay.
But be careful. You're bound to this layer of gloom. You must
Gloom.
find it and destroy it.
What's that do? Huh, I don't know what that's doing. Maybe that's a parry and I'm just not timing it right. Let me see. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. Honestly, this character is way more fun to play. It's just I don't like them very much, like character-wise, but their gameplay is way better. That sucks. Like, the other character looks really cool, but oh my god, his gameplay was so horrible.
You can cut through the barrier. Focus. Channel your power through the shard.
Oh, I see. The more you build up, like that Q ability, the stronger it's gonna be.
You're close to the anchor, the heart of this shadow. You must move quickly before it senses your presence.
I mean, this feels a lot better, but I don't know. I just have a bad feeling about all this like MMO relic stuff in here.
There it is, the anchor of this gloom shadow. You must destroy it.
What does that do? Let's see if this guy feels better to fight.
It summoned protection. Prepare yourself.
Oh god, what a nerd. Also, we completely whiffed. Dude, get this stupid shit off my screen. Like, I was just to click F and like it won't go away. Like, I don't need this fucking distracting ass pop-up here.
A strike with both blades.
Dude, that is so bullshit. I just like completely spun on a dime there to track and hit me.
I have survived worse.
combat just feels terrible, and it's not the player character, it's the enemies. The enemies just feel like such bullshit. Like they're trying to make it like a stat MMO thing instead of an action game. It's like all these jackasses that only play MMOs and can't play like a real action game.
The shadows.
Like the enemies' attacks are kind of like you're only supposed to like mitigate them. You can't really prevent getting hit by all of them unless you play like the slowest way ever. Like it just feels so MMO-y. Like ugh. Wow, does he not like bro? He's so dumb. He doesn't get it. Like it doesn't fight. That you don't like respawn and like have to start over. He like has. That's so fucking stupid. He's got the same HP that he had, so I don't get to like do the fight over. Oh my god, this game is lame.
The anchor is vulnerable. Focus your power through the shard. Destroy it.
Like this combat system, like I can't think of any reason for the combat system to be like this, opposed to it being an actual action game. There's like, and I've seen a lot of MMOs do this. They do like this like pseudo action combat. It's like, dude, either do like D&D combat or something like that, or do action combat. This like hybrid shit is awful.
Come. We have
like pick a fucking lane. Like it just feels like it's for people that have like grown up playing World of Warcraft and they want to like pretend they're playing Devil May Cry. Like it's just shit, dude.
Do say hello to my grand.
Yeah, no, and dying there didn't matter at all. Like what the fuck? Like you know, it's the tutorial, so I'll get a little bit farther, but it's like I don't want to run around town and talk to a bunch of fucking NPCs. Like it's stupid, dude. God, I don't even want to talk about FGO, dude. I'm
the
supposed
Eldrin attack was a
that game is ugh.
The beacon was
They just cannot make good content.
Your sacrifice and that of we stood the you were a secret. Go to the beacon lit. Its light destroyed that monstrosity.
So I like how this character though is way more fun to play, but I absolutely hate what they look like. But the other character looks cool, but they're just miserable to play.
Time I played cards with 3-side. Welcome, Wayfinder.
Yeah, definitely feeling the used to be an MMO like all over this game. Holy shit.
The 12 elements are more than power. They are the base, the new elite of all things.
Yeah, it just feels like you're basically supposed to face tank like a lot of the lesser attacks and really only worry about dodging the really important stuff. And like the enemies are designed around that. Like if you got 30 weak enemies attacking you, you're either gonna stun lock them or just get hit by a lot of the random shit they do, and you don't really care though. And like it's like Diablo, right?
The gloom is we do for the much more than a hardened warrior.
The thing is, there's just most MMOs, because you gotta understand, because this was going to be an MMO, their target demographic was very different. And there are very, and Lost will back me up on this because he's played MMOs. There are very few MMOs that are designed with like true, like skillful action combat in mind, right? They overwhelmingly try to make sure the dumbest dumb can play it, because we're on the fucking max difficulty right now. Imagine if we did this shit and we were on like the medium difficulty, right? Like Jesus Christ. And it's like they always favor, even if they're more actiony combat, they always favor a more like Diablo style of gameplay, right? Where you're not, it's okay to get hit a lot of the time, and there's only specific things you're supposed to worry about. The average MMO player eats glue, abso-fucking-lutely. I mean, like, dude, you got like classic WoW, like classic World of Warcraft, where the bosses have like two mechanics that are incredibly simple and people still fuck it up. Like, these still fuck it up. I mean, it's just like, that's unbelievable. The most like proper action game I can think of, and it's not exactly an MMO, it's like MMO light, if that, but is Vindictus, and which is a very old game now. It was the only one I can think of though that really committed to this is a fucking action game, and it was a proper ass action game. It had almost no MMO like elements to the combat. But that's like it. Like generally they're all these, because again, this is not an MMO, but it was going to be, and like you can just fucking
Another
tell.
battle lies ahead.
Wonder if I could parry that.
Shadow stab.
Like these enemies just feel absolutely sloppy, dude. Like it feels like the Tales of Arise enemies. This just feels so ass. This feels so fucking ass. Why do I only have one skill now? Oh my, are they trying to be like Metroid? What is the purpose of that? Why is everything this game does just piss me off, dude? Like, I can't fathom game devs sometimes. They're doing Metroid where, like, the tutorial, you have all your skills, and then they take it away from you. That makes no sense, because this isn't Devil May Cry. Like, we have 4 fucking abilities. That's nothing. Right, it's not like you have like, I don't have like combos like rotating strong attack and weak attack. There's none of that, right? So all you have is just generic ass auto attack, right? And then you've got 4 abilities, and then they're like, let's take you down to 1 ability, right? Like, why? Like, how fucking dumb do you have to be to like want to be down at 1 skill? Oh my god, this game is making me so angry right now. Like, every fucking decision I've seen in this game I think is dumb. It's like 4 abilities is so little. So then if you're only, first off, if you're only gonna have 4 abilities, then like the actual combat system, like what you do with your auto attacks, needs to be more like Devil May Cry or something. But it's not. Like, this really does feel like it was designed for people that are going to be eating glue. And again, we're on the maximum difficulty, so like imagine this if we weren't. Oh my god. The environments look pretty cool though. I'll give it that. And like the movement feels fine, right? Like it's pretty responsive. The dodge feels kind of like ass, especially because you can only dodge like a few times. And like the enemy hitboxes feel kind of like dumb. But you know, the jump feels fine and sprinting feels fine. And look, like that indicator on the ground, you know, like it's so MMO, dude. Don't stand in the fire. Like you can't, like what, you can't do proper attack telegraphing, so you do that. Like this is why I don't have respect for MMOs generally, right? Because like, that's a perfect example, right? If you look at, you know, again, Devil May Cry, Ninja Gaiden, Darksiders, right? Games like that, when they have like an enemy generally doing like a big magic blast or something, it's just telegraphed properly. Or Elden Ring, right? Like when Morgoth's doing his AoE stuff, you know, it's telegraphed properly. What do MMOs do? Put a big reticle on the ground, right? Like it's just, it's so dumbass. Like it's ridiculous. And then at late game, you know, it's like there's all these particle effects all over the screen. So it just looks ridiculous. Like every time I've watched someone playing Final Fantasy 14, which I've not played, but everyone says is like the good MMO, which, you know, some of it does look good, sure, but like every time I watch a boss fight in that game, it's just like a million reticles on the ground of different colors blowing up all over the place, and the player character doing a bunch of multicolored nonsense, and there's just numbers all over the screen. And I'm like, how is this gameplay, right? Like it's nonsense. Yeah, you gotta put that, yeah, glow on everything. You watch, like, again, like Devil May Cry or anything like that, and then you watch, like, a Final Fantasy or a World of Warcraft boss fight, and it's just like, what the fuck? And it's just, it's so unnecessary. Like, you don't need to design it this way. The art style does, I don't know, it kind of reminds me of, what was that game, like WildStar a long time ago? It's like that and a little bit of Darksiders, only a little bit though. I don't know what any of these chests are doing. I never played WildStar. I know it died pretty quick. I heard people say that like it wasn't that bad of a game, but it just released at like the wrong time and it wasn't innovative enough. But yeah, I don't know that much about it, to be honest. I've never played RuneScape. I have friends that do, and like old school RuneScape, like the normal RuneScape sounds boring, but old school RuneScape sounds like, in terms of systems, it sounds kind of awesome, you know, but the combat looks fucking atrocious. Like every time people tell me about like what you can do in the game and how like it's structured and the systems, I'm like, yeah, that sounds really awesome. But then anytime I see someone actually playing it, I'm like, yeah, but the combat is ass. So if you could like make a game like that with like Vandictus combat, I'd probably play it. But yeah, the combat just doesn't. So, oh my god, I played Lineage 2. I don't even know where to start. That was actually the first MMO I ever played, and World of Warcraft didn't exist yet when I played it. It's totally different now. I don't know how that game is still around, by the way. I have no idea. But it's one of those games that's completely changed its identity over time. But I played it, you know, way back in the day, and like. Cool aesthetic, right? Awesome orcs, right? And I love, you know, orcs in games, and like they had really cool orcs, so that was great. They had a unique class system where all the different races had their own classes. So if you were an orc, you had like your 4 or 5 classes that only orcs could be, right? And the idiot elves had their like lame ass classes, you know, and then the humans had like the normie classes, you know. That's how it goes. And that was cool, right? And it had like cool combat animations for the time, but it was like obnoxious. Like, first off, all you did in that game was grind. There really wasn't anything else to do but grind. So that was pretty lame. And like leveling was so fucking slow, and I'll never forget this. This is what I always remember about that game. And this sounds as dumb as it was. To do any damage in that game, you had to use what was called a soul shot, right? And when you would swing, the soul shot was consumed. Right, and you could toggle it so you would automatically use soul shots, so you would consume one every time you swung, right? And enemies' health was balanced around this. And the thing was, that cost money. Every time you swung your weapon, you lost money. And as the game progressed, you couldn't even buy soul shots. You had to buy them from other players, so they were even more expensive. And because, of course, people bought gold, right, with real life money. Right, prices were inflated massively. So if you wanted to go out and kill enemies, right, to like farm or get money or anything like that, you would lose money, right? I'm not kidding. Like if you went out and used your soul shots to kill things, the amount of money the enemies drop would not even come close to paying for the soul shots you used to kill them, because people bought, you know, money with real life money, and it was so inflated. And it was just horrible. I mean, just, and then people defended this shit, which was just mind-blowing, right? Like, just fucking copium. The one cool thing about that game was anybody could kill anybody at any time. If they did not defend themselves and you killed them in cold blood, your name would turn red, and then, like, guards and towns would attack you, and then other players could kill you with no consequences. And if 2 players, like, fought each other, like, head-on, your name would turn purple, and it would only stay that way for a little while. So if people, like, you know, fought back, it was kind of a weird system though, because it incentivized not fighting back, right? Like if someone ran up and attacked you and you did not fight back, your name would never turn purple, and so if they killed you, they turned red, and that was permanent, and like unless they died a bunch or something, I don't remember. But then if they attacked you and then you attacked back, then you would both turn purple temporarily, and if one of you died, there was like no, you didn't have any penalty, and then your name would go back to normal after a little while, right? Weird ass system, but it was cool that like anybody could attack anybody. That was kind of neat. But yeah, that was a really old school MMO, and I would never play it again. So like, it just feels like these abilities you've got, like the block on the other character and the counter on this character, there's just so little reason to do them, and I'm sure there's some like more major attacks and boss fights where that might be different. But when you're just fighting enemies, there's just absolutely no reason for me to like do this little counter move. Like, just complete waste of time. And I'm on the max fucking difficulty, for God's sakes.
What is this? Something new. I hear go.
The right MMO is not gonna come out until the year 2055. Like, let's be honest here. So I'm like bashing MMOs so hard right now. Well, I mean, rightfully so, though. I think they deserve it. But like, I want MMOs to be good because it's something you can play in your own time and play with friends. So if you're on and your friends aren't, you can go off and do your own thing and have a good time. And then if your friends get on later, then you can play together and have a good time. That's great. I love that concept, right? And you can mix PvP and PvE and So like, the idea I like, but in execution, almost every MMO I've ever played is fucking ass. I played the Star Wars MMO and I actually liked that one. The PvP was really good in that one. You could level up from PvP, and it was quite balanced. And like they would scale you, so if you were like level 12 and you were in the bracket for level 10 to 19, you could keep up with the 19s, right? And then when you're in the bracket for like 20 to 30 and you were 24, it's no big deal. You could keep up with the people that were level 29 or whatever, and you could just level up from like 10 to max level that way, and it was a really good time. So yeah, that's probably the MMO I enjoyed the most. Now, if it didn't have the PvP, I don't think that would have been the case, but yeah, that one was pretty nice.
How are you feeling? Are your limbs working as you
See,
expect them
people
to?
say that a
Does your
lot, that
body
MMOs feel like
because of
tired, and I
these as you
would
progress?
wait, this guy shut the fuck up. Jesus, I had hit the skip button like 80 times. Anyways, I'm like losing my mind over here. MMOs as a concept, I actually think are so undercooked. It's like insane. It's like the problem is all the devs are pussies, and they just the people paying the bills don't want to take any risk, so they're just like, make it like WoW, make it like WoW, and then it's boring, right? Like, there's nothing with technology as it is today. There's nothing about an MMO that can't be a turn-based game, or be a proper Devil May Cry game, or be a first-person shooter, or they can do anything, and they don't. Right, they go out, they intentionally dumb down their combat systems. That's what I cannot stand about MMOs, is they don't have any like artistic vision, and they're like, well, what if grandma wants to play the game? We got to make sure the main story is easy enough that grandma can be like, no, don't fucking do that, right? Make a goddamn proper video game and then have it multiplayer and online, right? That's the idea here. But they're just such pussies. Like every MMO, man, they're just like so afraid to make any engaging content. It's so like lukewarm. It's like these like this game is a good example, even though it's not an MMO. You can just feel like the lukewarm combat system. You know, it's kind of an action combat system, but not really, right? They're like afraid to actually be like a Devil May Cry or something. But like, what if people can't handle that? And then when you're trying to appease everyone like that, trying to make a combat system that like anyone can play, you're not really satisfying anyone, right? Gatekeeping grandma from MMOs. Look, you can have your, I don't know what's happening, I'm just following the buttons. You can have your, you know, casual games, that's fine, but not everything needs to be that way. Am I supposed to do something else in here?
Excellent, yes.
How much does this cost? It's $25, which is, you know, it's hard to say how much of a value that is right now.
You now have, yeah, once
There you are.
Shut the fuck up! God! I don't need all this talking in my fucking single player game, dude. Oh, that's another thing. MMOs do what Genshin does, where they use talking to NPCs as padding. Like it's and I'm not exaggerating, it's literally filler, so it takes a lot more hours to get through what you need to do, so the devs have more time to put out an update, and so you're more likely to, like, you know, pay. That's overwhelmingly what they do, and I cannot stand that. So like when it comes to like actual proper gameplay, right, like enemies, levels, bosses, right, that kind of content that's actually, you know, proper gameplay, the game might have, let's say, 20 hours worth of content. And then they'll use just all this like bullshit padding, running around in town, talking to NPCs and all this dumb shit to just stretch that out to 50 hours of gameplay. And I'm not kidding. If anything, I'm underselling it. I think it's worse than that sometimes. Which I would rather just have the 20 hours of gameplay and be done with it. And then, you know, that's that. I would rather have less game but it's more focused and gets to the good shit instead of all this filler garbage. And MMOs are just full of filler garbage.
The signal fires
Must be a
are tied
map.
to the beacon.
Or whatever.
It's this network of arcane energies that holds back the gloom.
I feel like this game needed to rework itself just so much more than it has. Like the MMO leftovers are just so prevalent. This character looks so dumb. It just sucks that their gameplay is way better than the other guys. Yeah, player engagement metric ruined, yeah. That's such a problem. It runs games like Genshin too. It's not just like a problem in MMOs.
Well done. Now, take the Great Lift to the Highlands and find Warden Haas.
Well, to be fair, there's actually been plenty of MMOs that aren't high fantasy. There's weirdly not a lot of low fantasy or like regular fantasy, but there's been a decent amount of sci-fi and like grim dark. There's been an okay amount of that. That's not an MMO thing though. Like let's not get it twisted. The high demand for high fantasy is just people like high fantasy. That's why that's a thing, right? It's like it's a very popular genre, so it's everywhere. And I like it. It's not my favorite, but I like it enough that I don't care that it's everywhere. It doesn't bother me. However, I would definitely prefer more like grounded stuff. Like I certainly like medieval stuff and like axes and swords and shit, but I would like, you know, personally to see more some more grounded stuff instead of high fantasy. Knights are peak fiction, but the thing is, knights aren't in high fantasy that much. That's the thing. And if they are, they're very colorful and shit. Where like a proper, you know, knight is the best. Oh, death knights. Oh, okay, I see where you're going. So, Lost. Off memory, how death knights are in Warcraft, like playable ones. I've always thought they were kind of lame, not because they're death knights, but because they had such an unfocused like toolkit. Like you're spamming purple abilities, then blue abilities, then green abilities, then like transparent abilities. It's like what the fuck? Like they felt so like all over the map. They didn't like have an identity. If you could have just been like a cool knight in like evil armor using a bunch of ice abilities, that'd be great, but they don't do that. They're like, I always found that like so weird. That made me not like them. Like you want to be like Arthas, right? Cool dude in awesome armor with awesome blue ice stuff, right? But instead they're like dude in wannabe Arthas armor doing a bunch of multicolored rainbow shit, right? And I'm just like, it's really not what I wanted.
Well met, Wayfinder. Looking for the be sure again.
Eyes open.
Oh, get it, Wayfinder. It's the name of the game, chat. Dude, look at how much filler this is. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, this is all useless fucking gameplay. This is just. Would you shut the fuck up? Oh, great. Now I have to pick up quests. Oh, great. Oh, I'm so happy right now. Wrath of the Lich King cinematic is still one of the best pieces. That was really good. That's what I'm talking about. That's what you want a Death Knight to be, right? And that's really not what you got. They killed Roadhog. This is fucked. Is this a dungeon? Are there baddies out here? Oh yeah, there are. Dude, why did they reduce this down to one ability? I can't fathom that. God, my frame rate is dying. So I like how if you don't want to get hit, you just never get to attack. So you should only be like trying to mitigate the attacks that really matter. Dude, the frame rate is so bad. This would be a lot more fun if they didn't take all my abilities away. Dude, there's just no way to watch the animations of like the big guy and the little guys. Like the little guys just attack so randomly. What? Why did he teleport? That felt like a chore, dude. Like that wasn't like tight dodges and blocking and stuff. That was kind of just like mitigating and running around, and it really didn't feel great. I guess there's like open field segments and then dungeons.
Was hoping for a fight.
Maybe I can like buy skills. I don't like when you dodge like into them, you get stuck on them. That doesn't feel very good, especially when there's so many enemies on screen.
Was hoping for a fight.
Shadow step.
Chat, your attacks are more powerful when you say their names. Yeah, write that down, it's important. That's just a fact. Yep, yeah, it's very important. God, there's no frame rate issues in the dungeons with this open field. It's probably because I'm streaming. I figure if I'm not streaming, I won't have this problem, but definitely see a performance dip. Can Mecha Break come out? I liked that game.
Before you enter,
Dude, shut the fuck up.
nearby. This way you can
Hold her
easily
hand, get the signal flare. Blah, 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 blah. Like, shut the
Previous
fuck up.
expedition
You're
discovered
literally
that
just
the
saying,
trophy-
get the teleport point. It's like, imagine if in dude, this is literally what this is. Imagine in Dark Souls, in the tutorial or whatever, like in the asylum, the undead asylum, if before you open the door to fight the asylum demon, there's like a narration that's like, hold on, before you challenge that great demon, make sure to rest at the bottom. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, holy hell, dude. It's like, they think you're 5. Like how this guy like ran away and reset and then he just ran back. Dude, these enemies' attacks are just garbage. Like, they're so poorly telegraphed. And like, you can't see because like the particle effects on your attacks is like covering up the mob. Ugh. And look at this quest text all over the screen, dude. Like, look at this UI. Like, God, fucking MMOs, dude. You have like this giant ass map, like a wall of text under the map that none of that needs to be there, right? And there's all these like waypoint markers that mean nothing. Like, why would I, at this point, would I have any knowledge of what pink, fucking aqua, and yellow means, right? Like, what the fuck? Like, just look at this goddamn, it's just disgusting. It's like a shitty ass mobile game. And what's fucked up is this kind of typical UI has existed long before mobile games existed. Like, ugh. I swear, I want to like MMOs. I swear, but like, they're all so horrible. I swear if it keeps the text on the side here in the dungeon, I swear to fucking God. Like, while you're in the dungeon, you're
shatter any that you find.
because I need to know that I need to go speak to Omen in Skylight while I'm doing a linear dungeon that only has the objective of get to the fucking ending, right? Like, holy fuck, please tell me there's a way to take this off the screen. It doesn't look like it. Not a good start over here, game. Clicking every reasonable button to get like a mouse. Just nope, there's just no fucking way. Is there? No recipe book. Yeah, that's helpful. L. Can you turn the on track quest? There we go. Good. Look how long this takes. And just watch. Anytime I pick up a new quest, I'm gonna have to do this again. Oh my
This
God.
is a dangerous place. I like it.
Thanks for that input. That was really necessary. Okay, this one ability thing is really not it. Look at that. Just off-screen, super speed projectile, real great. Really captivating gameplay right now. Can I do anything cool? Oh, thank God I can get an ability, I think. So that was the one that one was really boring. It like buffs your dodge, but that was kind of lame. I guess you don't get these yet. It's weird that you get weapons for the other characters. I guess it's because eventually they're gonna let you switch. But certainly not now. Dude, I hate MMOs. I hate MMOs, dude. They substitute actual depth for just convoluted systems on top of systems on top of systems. That's like the whole thing with games like this is you try to act like the you know, oh, you're so good. No, it's just memorizing shit, right? It's just like knowledge of like the bullshit systems. It's not an actual gameplay thing. Like that, every MMO ever is like this, where there's just system on top of system on top of fucking system. And mobile games are like this too. Mobile games really are like an extension of MMOs from back in the day. Oh my God. Because look at Elden Ring, right? Look at Dark Souls. They have RPG elements that are meaningful, right? And ultimately fairly straightforward, but they have like a very tangible effect on things, and it's like actual customization. MMOs just spam 5,000 different ways of progressing. You like level up your abilities, you level up your gear, you augment this, you do that, and none of it individually is very like interesting or engaging or even impactful on gameplay. It just makes the numbers bigger, which you know is necessary to like get anything done, but it's not like it doesn't like change the way your character plays or anything. Like I farmed a whole lot, so the numbers are bigger. It's like trying to hide how shallow the fucking game is. What's this do? Okay, yeah, really engaging stuff there. Mecha Break was, hold on. Fucking, I look at chat for 1 second and I almost instantly die. These enemies are so unfun to fight. You just have to like run around so much. It feels so sloppy. Like there's no like the enemies are kind of just like randomly flailing and randomly attacking, and you can't really follow what they're doing. And there's all these like giant particle effects like this where you can't see anything. And also if you want to avoid it, you have to wait so long to be able to actually attack. Like it's just not fun.
A strike with both blades.
Like, I mean, look at this nonsense. Like, do we really need the room constantly? Like, the room is completely covered, so I can't do anything. And then just a fireball, you know, comes out of nowhere, and I just die. Like, great. And like, you can just tell this is designed where you're supposed to be able to face tank a lot of this stuff. And again, only like dodge the stuff that matters, but because the difficulty is so high, you can't really do that. I like how when you died, literally nothing happens. Like the enemies don't reset. Yeah, that's reasonable. I mean, 'cause, like, you know, you can just tell this is designed where you're supposed to be able to face tank a lot of this stuff. And again, only like dodge the stuff that matters, but because the difficulty is so high, you can't really do that. I like how when you died, literally nothing happens. Like the enemies don't reset. Yeah, that's reasonable. This game fucking blows. I love how the game just completely froze for a second, and then when it unfreezes, I'm already getting attacked.
The shadows call.
Dude, I am so sick of it. This is just
Impossible.
garbage, dude. It's just a complete stat check. Like, this is so fucking stat checky. Like how that just like goes nowhere. That's such a bad attack. Well, it's certainly bad for like range anyway.
I have survived worse.
Dude, I'm so sick of these enemies, dude. They just like instantly kill you, and like their attacks are just so badly telegraphed.
A strike with both hands. I have survived worse.
Couldn't even tell you why I just took all that damage. This feels a lot like Diablo, like in third person. Well, I guess technically Diablo is in third person, but you know, top down.
Touch.
This parry like never works. Like every time I use it, it just does not fucking work. I like how when they hit you, they take your stam,
Shadow.
so then you can't do anything. God, this game blows, dude. And I just can't believe when you die, you just respawn, and like the enemies don't heal. So it's like there's no point. I cannot believe how bad this parry is. It just feels so fucking random.
Shadurata. I face my fate with
This
open
is
eyes.
unbelievable. I just cannot believe how bad this game is. I mean, like the fact that the enemies don't heal when you die, it just makes everything feel so fucking pointless.
Die.
So like, I already can't stand the telegraphing in this game because like the enemies get that like purple spark before the attack, but the amount of time between the purple spark and then the actual attack is not consistent between enemies and attacks, right? So it means nothing, right? So like if you're trying to like counter the, and like Elden Ring and a lot of these newer air quotes action games, they're just doing the whole delay and then fire off like a laser thing, right? Like that flurry attack that spider just did. It just arbitrary delay, and then when the attack actually started, there was no travel time on the attack, right? So there's no way to skillfully parry that, right? You have to memorize it, and then you can parry it. You see the purple thing, and if you just parry, it's too soon, right? And if you try to react to the animation, it's too late because the animation is so fast. Right? That's just like that's not unique to this game. That's like every fucking action game ever right now. Thanks, Elden Ring. God, I cannot believe if you die though, you just respawn. I just like what? Literally, what is the point? And it sucks because if you want to like beat an encounter but you failed it, you can't, because now you can only do like a lesser version of the encounter. The hell are you supposed to do here? Like, you're supposed to click those yellow things in there. No fun allowed. I'm trying to drown myself already, chat. In Minecraft, obviously. I wouldn't do that. This seems so pointless. Like, who the fuck cares about this? The fuck? Like, what is the point of this? Why? Like, this is just a waste of time. Like, you're just going through the motions to do something incredibly obvious. I cannot fathom this. This is such an unnecessary waste of time. I don't even know what to say. Why? I mean, again, the environments look cool, right? Like, I got no beef with the environment. Okay, now what? Chat, what the hell is this game? Why does this just loop back around into the room you already were in? Oh, somebody's sick. Feels bad. Can we get Vindictus, Defying Fate already? I know, I feel that way every day. An action game done right. That game was so good. And it was in fucking pre-alpha, then like all these games that are fully released and they're just trash, dude. I was so glad, because like I loved the original version of Vindictus, right? And I had really good memories of it, and so I was worried that that game wouldn't live up to the legacy, if you will, but it did like really well, like exactly what I wanted. Like, it was nice because it had plenty of difficulty, it was plenty challenging, but it was fair. You know, it wasn't doing literally any of this shit you see in like modern games with all attacks going off like a laser. It didn't do any of that, but it was still plenty hard. So that puzzle didn't do anything. I don't think you needed to do it at all. What the hell was that? Like how the game lags out like so fucking hard there that I like walked into the spikes, which almost one-shot me. This is such an unfun game, dude. I really just cannot stress that enough. I'm not enjoying this at all. Although I will say two things, like because I'm streaming, the frame rate is affected, and that always makes games feel worse. That's a very significant thing. And also because I'm talking, I'm not focusing on the enemies like animations as much. And now I stand by the enemies like animations are not very good, but if I'm not paying as much attention, that's going to make that problem worse, like very much so. Like if I wasn't talking and I was just like homed in and just sitting there looking at the enemies, like focused on them, their animations may not bother me as much. These still aren't good animations though, in my opinion, but it probably wouldn't be as bad. Oh, there's a lot of the enemy's attacks just deny so much space that you're just waiting around so much. Definitely not impressed by this game, though. Wish the button to do that attack was less wonky. Oh my god, I'm so sick of these fucking spikes. They really feel out of place because the game is so not Dark Souls, and like the 90% of what you're doing just does not require that kind of like careful, like, oh my god. I like how they one-shot the enemies, but 90% of what you're doing does not require like the way you would progress in a Dark Souls game, right? Like where you're like really paying attention to the environment. But then the spikes are just like this random game. Will you shut the fuck up? I'm so sick of this lady just talking about nothing constantly. Anyway, so most of the level is like fucking Diablo, where it just doesn't matter in the slightest. But then there's just randomly spikes in the ground that if you're not paying attention, you basically instantly die. Like, that's just stupid. Like, that's fine in a game like Dark Souls because everything about how you're progressing has to do with, like, you know, paying attention to the environment and shit. Where this game, you almost never pay attention to the environment. And if you start paying attention to the environment because of those traps, then 90% of the time, you're wasting your time because there's nothing to pay attention to. This game just feels so fucking all over the place.
Death comes swiftly.
The enemy attacks just feel so bad. I mean, they're just like randomly attacking. There's so many of them. You can't really skillfully react to most of it. Again, it's way more about like mitigating than it is about like really skillfully interacting with each enemy. And I just can't stand that when you die, you just go right back. So like you don't get to do the encounter again. I really dislike that. And like if you were playing on a lower difficulty, it's probably okay to set it up that way. But if you're on max difficulty, that just seems ridiculous to me. I like how I just lost half my health to just like a completely untelegraphed attack. Oh, this does not feel good. This game must have been so bad when it was an MMO. Because I have to imagine most of the changes they made to... Because generally, I hate to say this, but generally the differences between an MMO and a single-player game is that the MMO made a lot of design decisions to make the game more fucking annoying to waste your time so you keep playing for longer and or spend money on the cash shop. That's just that's the fucking truth. Right? So they'll take a perfectly good game like Devil May Cry and then make it fucking annoying. Right? So generally single-player games are just better. It's just MMOs which you play with your friends and shit like that. For this game, it's like I would imagine they've changed like the rate at which you acquire gold and the rate you level up and unlock things to, you know, accommodate a smoother single-player experience opposed to just a literal waste your time MMO. So when this was, and it feels terrible right now. So when it was an MMO and like trying to waste your time, I just can't even imagine how fucking obnoxious this game was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is a Devil May Cry Gacha. I've never seen it or played it, but I know that was being made. I don't know if it like got canceled or what, but that was supposed to be a thing. So again, take Devil May Cry but make it bad. It's CN only. Are they like ashamed of it? See, what you're supposed to do with an online game is make it like proper, like a single player game, and then keep updating it, right? Add new things to it so people keep playing it, and add and multiplayer functionality, right? Because that's how you make things replayable. Like if you want to fight a boss again or do a PvP match again, it's because of that other player interaction, right? So that's a good way to add longevity to something. But what they generally do is they take a good single player concept and they dumb it down and they add a bunch of filler garbage to it. That's literally the industry. That's how they think you're supposed to do it, right? And it's just fucking horrible. But my shameless cash grab, unfortunately. I actually am interested in when Riot does make an MMO, because there aren't a lot of MMOs being made, and they are, I think, garbage like I've described. But I'm not like the biggest fan of Riot, but like their games or not, it's undeniable that they do put out generally good quality, right? They have good quality control. So if they make an MMO, I'm interested to see how do they do it, right? How do they use their money to try to make an MMO have quality and whatnot? I hope they pull it off, because it'd be good for the industry, but we'll see. I need to play more Punisher Grey Raven. The whole reason I don't is because I don't like the cast. That's literally it. I just do not like the cast. I know it's a good game. When I played it a little bit, it seemed pretty good to me. It doesn't, I will say the controls weren't the best. Like it didn't really, you could tell it wasn't designed with a keyboard in mind. And that didn't feel great. But the game did seem decent. But I just, God, every male character was just a fucking pretty boy. Like I can't get into that. This game just feels like I need to be moving, not like I can't play. It's just like if I dare to do anything, it's that you die, because like there's always a range attack attacking you. There's always a giant particle effect on the ground. There's always an enemy doing a flurry attack. So you just run around like an idiot until there's a small window that you can attack, and then you go back to running around like an idiot again, right? Like this is just not fun. Like they're just like wasting your fucking time. Like I don't want to just run around in a circle and fish. This is why I like Vindictus, because like you iframe and then a counter or a block and get like a counter attack off. Like you get to fucking play the goddamn game. Like I'm just running around until I pick these guys off, so then I can focus on this guy.
Die.
And like all these attacks enemies do that are annoying, like this big flurry and stuff, you're better off just running away from it and waiting for it to be over. Like there's no reason to like get in there and iframe something. I mean, look at these follow-up attacks, right? There's no tell on them at all. So like you're not gonna like reaction any of this.
Strike with both blades.
This is just memorization nonsense. I'm doing so little damage. Bro, he's not even at half health right now. Look at that tracking, dude? Like, what the fuck?
Tush.
Dude, these follow-up attacks are so garbage.
A strike with both blades.
This is such a garbage. Like, the enemy is basically just doing cheap stuff to make you memorize it. Like, it's such a bad fucking fight. Dude, why is every action game like this now? Like, they, like, can't make good... Like, for the life of them, action games, if you can even call that an action game, but... Anyway, they just cannot make good enemies anymore. They just have to spam cheap shit to force you to memorize it, to act like it's hard.
Die.
That's why I like Ninja Gaiden Black so much and Vandictus, because the enemies are like thoughtfully designed to be difficult while not being just cheap nonsense. And that takes effort, that's the thing. I just love how when you die, the enemies don't heal. I can't believe that that's how the game is. It's so stupid. Oh my god. I guess you have to like do something to like maybe not die as much. I don't know. This feels so unbalanced. Like, the enemy's just attacking so fast, having these giant hitboxes with, like, perfect tracking and all this nonsense, and then doing, like, half your life. It's silly, dude. And then these open fields, the frame rate just tanks. I think you get iframes when you're doing that attack.
Let us dance.
Probably just teleport. I'll kill shit. So leveling does not heal you. Chat, I cannot stress how much I stand by what I said earlier about this game being fucking stupid for like giving you those abilities and then just removing them, because it takes so little effort to get abilities back that there was no reason to drop you from 4 skills to 1 and then just almost instantly take you back to 4 skills again. It's just completely pointless. So this makes your first skill spammable. Like, this is just dumb. This is so dumb. I like how I got stuck on like nothing there, so my thing didn't actually go forward. So Darksiders 3 and even 2, but I'll go with Darksiders 3 because it's like more of an action game. It is a flawed game as well, but oh my god, its combat system is so much better than this game's. So yet again, where like Vandictus was doing it right, at least the alpha test. Generally, I find when games do, like, oh, the enemy's got an exclamation mark above its head to indicate that it's attacking. That is just... Oh, God, will you fuck off? I'm trying to rant here. Of course, these guys have so much health. Anyways, oh my, here we go.
Puny Wayfinder.
Strike with both blades.
Anyway, so this game is doing almost every, like, sin I can think of in once. Okay. So, a game like Ninja Gaiden or Devil May Cry, right, the enemies don't need, like, an exclamation point above their head as they're attacking because their attacks are properly telegraphed, right? So, you just react to the fucking enemy to know when they're attacking. Whenever a game does the whole, like, oh, they're got an exclamation point or a lightning bolt or whatever before the attack, it's because they can't really make good animations and stuff, right? And they know, like, the visual clarity is so bad in their game that it needs that. Now, what Vandictus Defying Fate did, which I really like, is most of the attacks are like Ninja Gaiden and stuff, where they're just telegraphed properly, you just react to them. And then there are attacks that glow yellow and glow red, but they're not doing it so you can see them better or anything like that. They're doing it to indicate like a mechanic that is necessary. So in the original Vandictus, a common complaint people had, so let's use Fiona as an example, was the shield user. She could block normal attacks and would need to do a heavy block to stop heavy attacks, right? Kind of straightforward. And then there were some attacks that were unblockable that you need to get out of the way of, right? But there really was no indicator, right? Like, the attack was telegraphed, but there was no way to know that it was unblockable or a heavy attack or a light attack. Now, sure, there was a degree of logic, like, slower, bigger looking attacks would normally be a heavy attack and shit like that, but there wasn't really a clear indicator, where in Defying Fate, what they did was, if it's yellow, it's unblockable, right? So you just know it's unblockable. The attack is still fairly telegraphed, and you can see it just fine, but the fact that there's a yellow glow just lets you know, and just from the get-go, from every attack that you ever see that's yellow, it's unblockable, right? So that's fine, but that's not what this game is doing. And this game is like ultra sinning, because what it's doing is the enemy's movements and all the clutter and particle effects on the screen make it so you really can't tell when the enemy's about to attack for the most part. So they're doing these little lightning bolts over the enemy's head to let you know they're attacking. But they're doing it so badly because the lightning bolt is actually really hard to see, right? So not only are the enemies not telegraphed well, and they're having to use like the lame marker to let you know they're attacking, which is already like a failure, but the marker itself is incredibly difficult to see because all these other particle effects and the lightning bolt is just really small and everything. So it's super fucking bad. Like, I don't think I could have less respect for an air quotes action combat system than that. Like, you're doing every fucking thing wrong.
Rifle at the ready.
Cause like right there, it's just really not that noticeable. And like, Jesus, because look at this shit. Look at this shit. This little purple thing. You have their name there, their level there, their HP bar, whatever the fuck the yellow bar is, right? And then God help you if like you're attacking and there's look, numbers are over their heads, right? Like your character model's in the way. There's red particle effects. When you're swinging, there's particle effects. Another mob might be here putting a particle effect on the ground, right? It is so unnoticeable that there's a fucking lightning bolt there. And then even worse than that, it's not consistent. The amount of time between the lightning bolt and then the hitbox actually coming out isn't consistent. So it doesn't really even help, right? It's just, unfucking believable how you can mess that many things up in one place. Like, you have to like try to be that incompetent. What the fuck is this? What did we look like before? I didn't really pay attention. Oh, I see. It's that. I don't really have an opinion here. This looks more Warhammer, and unfortunately, this one's just better because it comes with stats, and this one doesn't. Oh, that's cool though. You can hide style customization. I guess you can like click an item and then tell that one to hide. No, it's still there though. I thought like if you clicked maybe there's like other things you can do, like changing its color and but what's the point? Yeah, it's weird. If I do hide or not hide, it makes absolutely no difference. It shows either way. I don't fucking understand. Also, can we get some goddamn shoes? This game is making me mad. Like, the game design is just fucking atrocious. And like, we just played a good action game, right? We just played Darksiders 3, which had, you know, a few things that annoyed me, but overall was an excellent game. I don't think I can change weapons. I think you have to be on the other character. I don't know, maybe it'll magically change my character into one of the other. Wait, really? I can't say I was expecting that. What the fuck? I don't even, dude. Darksiders 2 is less of an action game though. I mean, it absolutely has action elements, but you know, it's a different beast. So what I'm getting out of this is your character only matters for like the abilities. Because this is like that other character must start with. I am never going to use this weapon. So the weapons are interchangeable between the characters, and the characters like your personal skills. So like if you do this, you're gonna have block and stuff, I suspect. Yeah, this is the other guy's moveset. I mean, I don't hate that. That's an interesting like bit of customization. Who the fuck is the giant weapon from though? Because none of the starting characters had that, I don't think.
Raven wants you ahead.
Let us dance.
This looks so silly, dude. God, some of the controls in this game don't really feel right. You can rebind them though. I'll have to mess with that later. I just really dislike that the only characters designed that I like, I hate the gameplay of. That really upsets me. I really don't like this character that much. Did she just cast some Naruto shit? Yeah. Why are we running like this? Has she been running like this whole time and I didn't notice? Oh my god, I hate this character. Holy fuck. Can I play as this guy? Dude, he looks way cooler than we do. Yeah, our ISP is probably fucking shit up right now. This is one of those games where if I was like bored and I had nothing else to do, I could probably get a level of enjoyment out of this game. But there's so many other video games, man. Like there's so much, there's so many great indie games out there, right? There's like Death Must Die, right? And I can go play the Darksiders games and Devil May Cry and Ninja God. Like why the fuck would I play this? You know, if I was like stuck on a deserted island and this is the only game I could play, I don't think I'd be bored. Well, I might be a little bored at times, but you know, I'd play this over doing nothing, but it's just not. There's so many better action games out there, and like all the
A conflux of
shut the fuck up. all of the like town stuff and quest stuff is so fucking shallow. I really hate this about MMOs. I know this is not an MMO, but it was going to be, right? Like all this like running from point A to point B to talk to an NPC who just has throwaway garbage dialogue. It's so shallow. It's only there to waste your time, right? If I'm gonna have to deal with like exploration and that kind of stuff, you have to make it actually good, right? Like exploration in like Dark Souls is good, right? Generally. I'll even give it to Darksiders 3. You know, it didn't have loads of exploration, but what it had was pretty engaging and pretty interesting. It didn't feel like a waste of your time. All this like running around and then go kill 5 goblins crap. I mean, that's just an absolute waste of your time.
Why, it could be. Oh, hello, Wayfinder. Yes. Wayfinder.
And it's so funny too because they try to mask that, like trying to be like immersive with their like quest text and stuff, and it's always dog shit. There's I guess that Star Wars MMO a long time ago, they actually did have some cool story stuff. I'll give them that. But that's one of the only games I can think of. What's the difference here? I guess this one's just stronger. Oh my god, Genshin Impact. I'm not a fan of the true ending. Wait, what are you talking about? What's the chat going on about? Oh, Sifu? Is that the game where you play like a martial arts expert? And like every time you die, you get older? So like if you die a lot, you're like an old dude at the end where you're like a sage or something? I've not played it, but I've seen some like clip stuff, and if that's the game I'm thinking of. That's a really weird concept. So if you beat it in one life, are you just like some young dude? Is that how it works? Play it? Yeah, I might try it. Can you like start over if you want to like try to beat it without getting old? Like or if you die, that is like purely cosmetic, and it like doesn't matter. Dude, this like Naruto running with the stupid hand gesture. I can't even believe it, chat. This is the dumbest run I think I've ever seen, because the Naruto run is already horrible, but she's doing this stupid shit with her fingers. So this is just like extra dumb, and then she's got this giant axe, so it's just total nonsense. We have discovered the worst run, I think, in video game history here. Dude, everything in town just feels so pointless. Why is this a thing?
Brought me some scrap.
So you can get like more healing items or something.
Good.
Can you wear more than one ring, I wonder? Find out. God, this UI is not it. Yeah, you can. Cannot equip more than one of the same. What is the odds of the thing? The random thing I bought was the only fucking accessory I had equipped. Jesus Christ. But like this one's better though. Like they're literally not the same. Like that's stupid. This is fucking this game, dude. Pure defense. Oh no, there's set bonuses like Genshin. Oh god. Oh god, no. Help. Oh, we took a wrong turn, chat. Bad timeline. Where'd I get all this shit? Oh, it's just hair. This one looks so dumb. I hate that one so much, dude. I wonder if this overrides what you have equipped, because this is changing my mask. Maybe this is what that one button earlier meant. I like how it's hairstyle, but it's more of like the mask you're wearing. That's probably just unique to this character then. Whatever, that one's Warhammery. How come I don't have any of these? Please tell me this character gets shoes at some point. Oh, so yeah, you can eventually get the other characters, but yeah, they're gonna make you take oh, so there's other characters. That's cool. Oh god, it's Cairo. It looks like a ranged character. Although it looks like the ranged characters you don't have to use a ranged weapon, so you could make that better. It's kind of cool, like not too furry, so it's not too bad. I hate this one. I fucking hate this one. That's the worst one. Just get that out of here, Jesus Christ. Yeah, look at this one. It's Kairos. Oh my god. I wonder what they do. So how do you get them? Let me look. Lost in the void itself. Progress further into the main story. Progress further into the main story. And so I guess he's not part of the main story then. What the fuck? Look. Progress further into the main story to get them. Progress further into the main story. And then Kairos is thought to be lost in the void itself, which I would presume is like a hint that you can like go to the void or whatever, and that's how you get them. Then this one just says, Shinji, whatever the fuck, fans claim she could mimic any fighting style and see through all deception. What does that have to do with anything? Oh god, all of these other ones are like this, where it's just like random lore. I don't even. I don't even. It'd be nice if you could unlock them at a reasonable pace, because, you know, it's a single player game, and then like try them out and see if you like them instead of just being stuck on the one fucking character. Because like we tried another character by literally deleting our character and starting over, which, like, why do you only have one save file? I just cannot fathom this.
You return. You on.
So, you know, this game does kind of feel like Darksiders 2 with like having a hub and NPCs you can talk to and stuff. It's just this game is infinitely more ass. And like Darksiders 2 keeps the town stuff and the talking to NPC stuff pretty tight and manageable, and you're not like running around. It's a very minor amount of running around, and like the towns aren't very big. They're not, and like the dialogue gets to the fucking point pretty quick, right? You're not. Like, I never skip in Darksiders 2 because you're not just being swarmed by dialogue.
Huh.
Oh my god, I truly, I really dislike the fact that, like, this character's gameplay I like better, but they're such a weeb, dude. Like, they're like a chune. What's this? I don't know what any of that is.
I trust your dagger is performing adequately.
As I wield an axe. I think that's the void. No, that was the gloom. I don't fucking know.
We
Like
have
that-
come so far.
Have we?
So much still to do.
Okay. Power range 6 to 600, and we have a power level of 447. Chat, we can't beat Raditz. Raditz would body us. We're not even close. Don't, like, Nappa, just get out of here. We're not even close. Actually, I don't remember what is Nappa's power level. I think I'm gonna look at the holy. Why do we need all of that on the screen, dude? Anyway, I'm gonna just ballpark that Nappa's power level is 5,000. I don't have any confidence that I'm correct about that, but that's my guess here. The Ginyu Force is like, I don't think they ever say, but they're like they say Captain Ginyu's power level, but they don't say the minions. But I think they're like estimated to be around 40,000, which would obviously beat the living shit out of us. He was 4,000. Was he really only 4,000? Nappa was 7,000. You guys are killing me here. Because like Nappa is like really cocky that he's like so much stronger than Raditz, but if Raditz is generally between 1,200 and 2,000, and if Nappa's only 4,000, he's not really that much stronger. Maybe it's like if he's 4K normally, and if he like super powers up, he goes to 7K maybe. I know they do that shit, so. But yeah, wow, if he's in the 4,000-ish range, he didn't really have any business being cocky there. That's kind of pointless. What was I remember I asked this when we were playing some other game that had power levels. What was Vegeta in the Saiyan Saga? I want to say it was like 18,000. The Saiyans don't know how to count. Yeah, I guess so. But I know Vegeta's like 10,000. Is 18,000 right? So that means with a power level of 18,000, you can destroy planets. And pretty easily, right? So potentially you could do it lower than that. Because like he did it super easily, which is so stupid.
One step closer.
And like Raditz destroys a mountain while not even trying, right? Like he effortlessly destroys an entire mountain, right? And he's got like a power level of between 1,000 and 2,000, right? Which is that's fucking nothing in context. Like Raditz would people make fun of him all the time, but like he would unironically just obliterate almost every show that's like existed, right? Like it wouldn't even be close. I love how there's all this text on my screen still. Just get this shit out of here. Like it just should not be there when you're in a dungeon. There's no reason for it to be there. Yeah, Piccolo pretty effortlessly destroys the moon. Forgot about that. When was that? I don't remember. Like, wasn't that after Raditz? So like, I think he's stronger at that point. Right after Raditz? Okay, so he was still weaker than Raditz then.
These falcons must be destroyed.
That skill's kind of different when you have an axe. That's cool. I really cannot stand the fact that when you dodge and there's an enemy around you, you get stuck on them. Because there's so many fucking enemies in this game. Dude, this game just feels so bad. It's like you need to dodge constantly, but you're not allowed to dodge constantly. Like everything just feels so fucking sluggish. And the enemies just do all this like teleport bullshit. Like all of their attacks like break dimensions to make sure they hit you.
I
mean, look, how is that fair? Like that attack is so fucking fast and you can barely dodge in this game. Like it's just awful, dude. And it just feels like you're supposed to play in lower difficulty so you can face tank this stuff, but that's terrible game design. Like you shouldn't have to do like non-stop dodge or face tank. That's just ridiculous. Wow, that damage up thing is just gone forever. Why did that even hit me? Like, I was clearly out of the way of that attack, and I just take damage anyway. This just feels like the lamest fucking MMO, dude. Dude, I am so sick of when you dodge, you get stuck on nothing. Like it's so garbage. There's no need for that, and especially when there's 10 million enemies on this screen. Why the fuck would you think that's a good idea? Dude, look at this. I love how, look at that. I just did like 7 dodges and it just stands in place because all the enemies there. Just so fucking stupid, dude. Like, who designed this? I just can't believe like this game's been in like beta for a long time and no one was like, you know, it's pretty stupid to have 5,000 enemies on the screen and make it so your dodge stands in place when you touch an enemy. Like, how could you possibly have put this in the game? At least the enemies reset their fucking health now. And so here's the thing, and I've seen, this is not the first game I've seen like this. The player character doesn't feel that bad to play, with the exception of the dodge, like standing in place like that, which just feels horrible. But the enemies feel horrible to interface with, and they're half the game, right? Like in combat like this, it's like half the game is your player character, the other half is what you're interfacing with, the enemies, right? And the enemies just feel like fucking cheap garbage. Both cheap and like them doing unfair nonsense that you can't really react to, and cheap as in them not putting, you know, money and effort into making the enemies have like flushed out movesets and stuff.
Die.
The axe is fun. I see you do more damage the longer your combo is.
Raven's wing. Let us dance.
Like, again, the player character is pretty interesting to play. It's just the enemies are not fun to fight.
Strike with both blades.
I love how that still hit me. Wow, and that almost one-shot me.
A strike with both blades.
Fuck, I just whiffed my big attack.
The shadows.
Dude, I'm so sick of these just ridiculous attacks the enemies do that just almost instantly kill you. Like, the game is just demanding that you almost constantly dodge, and then but you can't. The game doesn't allow you to.
Shadow step.
I like how the music just cut out and like I just died to nothing. I'm just okay. Great. Really really good game. Again, the player character is fairly fun to play. The enemies are just fucking atrocious.
Killing these wretches is a waste of my skills.
Like, it's just so it is just completely unreasonable to like not get hit in this game. When you have all these enemies on screen, there's just 10,000 attacks going off that you need to why does that even hit me? That doesn't even come close to touching my character, and then I just get hit anyway. Like, it's just, what the fuck?
I face my fate.
Like, when there's a bunch of enemies on the screen at the same time, it is just so fucking unreasonable to not get hit. Because all the enemies just have these super fast attacks that are super sloppy, and they're all coming out at staggered windows, and you only can dodge a few times before you run out of stam, right? Like, it's complete nonsense.
These very prey.
So it's cool you can destroy the eggs before they hatch. You physically do not have enough stam to keep up with all this stupid bullshit this game is doing.
Let us dance.
These enemy attacks are just so...
I face
Really? Like, really? This attack is like a mile away. Like, he's literally attacking in the wrong direction, and I just die. It's like, yeah, no, it hits you anyway. Great game, guys. 10 out of 10 hitboxes. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, dodge 8 times when I'm only allowed to dodge 3? Like, really?
I am the blade of shadows.
This game would just feel so much better if you just constantly out of stam, right? It's like the enemies are just spamming all this bullshit, and you're just sitting there with 0 stam and you're not allowed to dodge, right? It just feels fucking horrible. Like, why? And then the enemies' hitboxes are just fucking atrocious. And look what I'm so sick of dodging in fucking place.
Shadow step.
I like how that fucking hit me. I'm behind him and that fucking hits me. Why does this song sound like fucking Batman's final encounter with Joker or something? Like, what the fuck am I listening to? That basically instantly killed me. Okay. I like how none of this is hitting. I'm just, look at this. I'm just dodging in place. And like, there's just always some bullshit attack coming at you. So you just always have to be dodging. I love how I just dodged in place because there was an egg there. Which, you know, got me hit.
I have survived worse.
Impossible.
This game is just so needlessly frustrating. It's like the reason you get hit is because you have so little stam and because you're constantly dodging in place and the enemy hitboxes are so fucking, like, they're so much larger than their animation. That's the whole, that is the entire reason this is difficult. What is all this? This must be like story stuff or something.
Ravens, come.
I love it. I love it. You just dodge in place because you're somehow stuck on the guy's leg.
This ends now. Shadurata. Shadow step.
I just love how there's no point. I should just start over. I'm down so many resources. I just love how I'm like how little damage I'm doing. So stupid.
Ravens, come.
There's just no way when the enemies do that you're not getting hit. There's way too much shit going on, and you can only dodge 3 times.
Shadows call.
This is such a bad game. Because like this is only difficult because it's designed like ass. It's not like the enemy's attack patterns are complicated. It's not like, you know, intricate hitboxes or strat. None of that. It's just bullshit, right? They're just doing stupid shit that is like sloppy ass hitboxes, almost no telegraphing, fucking barely can dodge, and they're spamming so many enemies at you. You like have to dodge a fuckload, and like the enemy stats are just outrageously overtuned. It's like an enemy is constantly attacking you, and you do not have the stam to deal with that.
A strike with both blades.
Dude, it's like, did they not play test this? I just love how he does this super thin poke with his leg, and it hits all around him. Like, it's just ginormous ass hitbox. It's like, did you not play test this at all?
Raven, come. Strike with both blades. I am the blade of shadows. Touch. Let us dance.
So look, that fucking hit me. Like, he's missing by a fucking mile, and it just decides to hit me anyway.
Die.
Oh my god, we're gonna be here for a while. Oh, the axe has a block. That's handy to know. I mean, you can't tell me that's good game design. It's like, I see him doing the attack, I dodge, but because the enemy's so big, I'm stuck in place and the dodge doesn't move, and then I get 100 to 0. Incredible.
These vermin prey me.
That hit me. That hit me. Like, that was so, I can't, I mean, even Dark Souls 2 doesn't have hitboxes that bad.
I face my fate with open eyes.
That is just so sloppy. Like, how could you possibly have made the frame data that bad?
These vermin.
Like, you have to, like, try to make hitboxes that, like, too large. It's way better to do that ability when your combo meter's already high, but it gets rid of the ads quickly, so. I like how I couldn't dodge that because I didn't have any stam. man dodging in place because I'm touching his leg.
Let us dance.
I think that has iframe, so it took 0 damage there. I guess you just can't hit him in this part.
Raven's wings. Shadow step.
Yeah, you do get iframes when you do that. Ah, I just whiffed.
The shadows call.
Found. But I can feel its
Oh my god. See, the whole problem here is, again, the player is fun to use. Like, the abilities you have are interesting, right? But the enemies you're fighting are dog shit, right? So, like, the whole reason I'm needing to, like, get good, right? And, like, use the dodge or the dash spam at a good time, or block, or do the super attack, right? The reason I'm having to use those intelligently is not because the enemy is well designed and like actually difficult. It's because the enemy is spamming bullshit attacks with almost no tell on it that have hitboxes that are way bigger than they should be and do an outrageous amount of damage, so I instantly die, right? So I'm having to, air quotes, get good because the game is cheating, right? Like that's bad, right? What I would much prefer is you have an interesting character to play with fun, you know, abilities that you can like learn how to use well against enemies that are actually designed good. Like, you know, a game like Neo or Devil May Cry or Ninja Gaiden or Vandictus or Darksiders, right? Any of these fucking
Bring it
games.
to Lord Halor as quickly as possible.
So this loot means nothing to me. Like, holy fuck, those hitboxes were just unfucking bearable, dude. Do you like have to pick one? Like, do you have to, I think you have to use these resources and you get that thing. Like, this would take 39, this would take 5, and I don't know what any of these things are. I have no idea. I mean, there are a lot of games on hard mode that are not just a numbers pump, right? Like, Ninja Gaiden on higher difficulty barely affects the enemy stats at all. It really has no effect on that at all. It's just there are different enemies and like different AI and stuff like that. That's like it at its best. And then like Darksiders does pump the enemy stats, but it's mostly the fact that your dodge is weaker, right? So you have to be more precise and shit like that. Like not every game does it that way. And like with Darksiders 3, I would say the enemy stats actually felt pretty good on the max difficulty. They did too much damage, but their health felt fine. Where like on the lower difficulties, their health is too low, right? So it just depends. Like this really is frustrating to me because the characters' abilities are absolutely interesting, right? But the enemies I'm fighting are frustrating, right? If I was fighting more well-designed enemies, also the stam system is terrible in this game. Holy fuck! They're like the fact that I can dodge 3 times and then I'm out, and then look how long it takes to be able to dodge again, right? Like that is just that feels like Genshin, funnily enough, because Genshin does that. And like everything, this reminds me of Monster Hunter. Everything that you do that's not in a mission is bad, right? Managing quests sucks. It adds nothing to the game. It's just obnoxious, right? Running around town, managing all these fucking RPG systems with your stats and stuff. None of that is like meaningful gameplay, like where you're timing your dodge better or you're understanding when to use this ability or that ability. It's just numbers, right? It's literally just numbers. It's waste your time to make bigger numbers. Yeah, it's true. Most games don't do that. I mean, that's fair. That's why I don't play most games, though. that's the thing. If you haven't noticed, I'm very picky. The thing is, once you've tasted the forbidden fruit, you can't really go back. I can't, like, have played an excellent game and then play a mediocre game and act like, you know, it's good, right? Like, if I played an action game like Ninja Gaiden, right? If another action game is just fucking wanting to compare to that, it's like, why would I play it, right? That's the thing. It's like, if I've seen good enemy design, why should I accept bad enemy design? You know, it's just, you know, there's so many good indie games out there and big games too, that why accept all the mediocrity out there? God, this character's running animation is just, who designed this? Like, I think it's on purpose. This character's supposed to be like super weeby. The Hollow Knight was weird for me because it was a very good game, but I didn't enjoy it at all because I don't like... I wouldn't even say Metroidvanias. I generally like Metroidvanias, and I would say Hollow Knight is like... I would call it more of a Castlevania style game, really, than a Metroidvania. I mean, it depends. Obviously, there's a lot of overlap, but there is absolutely a difference. And the thing about Hollow Knight was like... There was so much exploration, and I didn't like it. I wasn't enjoying exploring in that game. It was such a chore, and there was so much of it. And I liked the combat for the most part, right? But I don't know, the off memory, it's been a while, but off memory, a lot of the combat in Hollow Knight really just felt like that typical Castlevania stuff where you just have to memorize the boss. Like, Castlevania style bosses is some of my least favorite kind of boss fights. Right? Because, like, Castlevania bosses just do stuff that there is absolutely no way you could have reacted to correctly to, like, avoid it and then get damage in unless you've seen it, right? It is pure memorization, right? To, like, the absolute extreme. And I remember when I streamed it and I said that, people were like there were some people in my chat, they were like, all games are like that. And that's just nonsense. That really is nonsense. That memorization will always make something easier, and that is unavoidable, and that's fine, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Like, no matter what, memorizing something will always make it easier. But it can still be designed so it's intuitive, right? Like, so for example, there's a logical animation flow between like a guy holding an axe over his head and powering it up and slamming it down into the ground, right? There's a way you can make that animation make logical sense, right? So reacting to it makes sense. But then you can do what Elden Ring does, where the enemy is holding the axe over their head, and then it just arbitrarily stays there for a long time, and then all of a sudden is just teleports into the ground essentially, and at a weird angle that you could never have seen coming, and then also explodes, and then explodes again, right? Like, that's just nonsense, right? There's nothing you could have done to have dealt with that. Where like a lot of Manus's attacks, not all of them, but a lot of Manus's attacks are telegraphed as such that you could logically dodge them on the first time you see them. Might be tricky, you might mess up. Your brain won't be like if Manus does a 2-hit combo, your brain's not primed that it's 2 hits, so you're not sitting there waiting to dodge twice. But you still could have intuitively said, oh, I should probably dodge again, right? And that's good game design, in my opinion, is where, yeah, if you memorize it and your brain is primed for what this attack is, it's going to be easier. But it's not like the attack is bullshitting you and it's like, oh, lol, you thought it was going to be X, but it's actually Y. I don't fucking remember, honestly, what Hollow Knight's boss design was like. I really don't. Now, I do remember what like Castlevania boss design is like, and that one game I played, like Howling Moon, whatever the fuck, I can't remember, but it was something Moon, and it was like a Castlevania spiritual successor, and it was just pure 1000% memorization, right? Like, nothing to it other than that. Nothing hard about the execution, nothing, just no intuitive logic. Hollow Knight, it's been so long since I played it. I really don't remember like what the boss design was like. I just remember like at least somewhat liking the combat and then having absolutely no interest in the exploration, and there was so much fucking exploration and backtracking. I just got so fucking tired of it.
Arcades. They want some upstart.
Yeah, that sounds right. Ritual of the Moon. I am extremely picky when it comes to exploration because I find most games, they're just making you do busy work. Right? It's just like, okay, go here. It takes a long time. You know where you're going. You know why you're going there. It's just like this game. Everything that has been exploration in this game is just a complete waste of your time. It adds absolutely nothing to the game at all. And like a lot of JRPGs are like that. Like I love Tales of Vesperia, but a lot of the running around and air quotes exploration in that game is just padding. It has no meaningful purpose in the game, right? And now a lot of Metroidvanias, I think especially, are kind of in the middle, right? Because sometimes they do have some clever stuff or some like skillful platforming and stuff tied to. Are these on the map because they're like a quest or something? I mean, they're fucking aggro, at least kind of. I don't know, Chad. I might just be a butcher right now. I don't know if I have a quest for these guys or not. Are you seriously playing Vesperia right now? I fucking love that game. There are aspects of it I don't like, but I overall like the game a lot.
Let us dance.
You know, because some of the exploration really is just a waste of your goddamn time and is quite shallow. And stuff like that. But I still really like the game. Especially once you're like set up and you've got like all the passives and you can pick and choose. There's some really interesting stuff. Oh, I see. So like you're playing through it right now, but not like this second, but like you're going through the game right now. These enemies look really cool. I really wish I could play as them instead. Yeah, that does indeed have iframes. So when you iframe something, you'll see 0 damage pop up, and that's basically letting you know the enemy's attack would have hit you, but because you're in iframes, it's not. And so many times against that spider, I'd be like dodging and be so far away, and I would see that fucking 0 pop up, and I was just like, you gotta be kidding me. I think Arise is really up there as one of the most disappointing games for me, and it's because it's so close to being really good, right? Like it's so close to being an awesome game. It almost has an awesome combat system. It's actually very similar to this game because the player characters' abilities are pretty well thought out and fun to use and are interesting. The enemies you are fighting are dog shit. and it makes it's miserable, right? Like the enemies are so poorly designed, and if they are difficult, it's just cheap, right? Exactly like this game so far. And if anything, it's probably worse than Arise, actually. And that just, holy fuck, that made the game terrible. I really didn't, I enjoyed like one boss fight in that entire game. And then its writing was super bad. Like super bad. And what again, and actually the new Gundam that just came out is very much like this. The character archetypes and like what their motivations are and stuff, if you write them down on paper, are fine. They're perfectly fine archetypes for characters and like motivations for characters, right? But then when they open their mouth and the writers are trying to express that character, it's fucking cringe as shit. And it's also just illogical, right? Most of what comes out of the characters' mouths in that game makes no fucking sense. It's like, why the fuck would you be saying that right now, right? Just it's so bad, it's actually weird. I don't think I've ever been so perplexed by a fucking JRPG before. And then, yeah, the new Gundam, which is like on Netflix, which I just watched last night, it's very similar to that. Like, again, the concept of the show is fine, but like the characters' motivations are fine, and that kind of shit. But then like the writing is awful, right? Like the dialogue they choose to have them say is just cringe as shit. And so if anyone watches that show, keep this in mind. I think it's very noticeable. Anytime they're in combat, the dialogue is fine, and especially the dialogue for all of the nameless grunt characters, right? Because they get more focus than they normally do in that show. All of the nameless grunt characters that they're not giving a backstory to and stuff have perfectly fine dialogue and are actually kind of like intriguing, like because the grunts play a big enough role, you kind of like care about them, right? They're like more competent than normal, right? And sometimes you'll like hear them on the radio like talking to the main character and stuff, right? And so all of the nameless grunts are totally fucking fine, right? But then all of the main characters, they try to like, in the non-combat sections, they try to quickly shove, this is the character, you're supposed to care about them. And so they try to like establish the personality in like 5 seconds, right? And it's cringe, right? Because no one talks like that, right? It's insane. Where they didn't need to do that. They could have just made all of the dialogue and all of the characterization like the combat stuff sections are, where it's like more subtle and you just kind of pick up on if the character's aggressive or whatever, just based on like what little you get out of them in the combat sections, right? So it's like these forced, like, oh, you're supposed to care about this character, so they're gonna be like, oh, I played the flute, oh, right? It's just stupid shit dialogue like that, right? It's just terrible. Yeah, it's disappointing because the new Gundam, I think, is an awesome concept because it's like all about the grunts and like the bad guys, like for most of the Gundam shows, and like how like horrifying fighting a Gundam is. And that's a really cool concept. It's a lot more like grounded and that stuff. And it's a really cool concept, but the execution is just... Green doesn't like flute. I don't know why that came to mind. I don't really have a problem with the flute. But yeah, like the execution is just so fucking sloppy. I still actually kind of like the new Gundam though, just because the grunts were so much more competent than normal. That made it enjoyable. The big things are the dialogue outside of combat is cringe. There was plot armor, not the worst plot armor, but there was like just logical inconsistencies that didn't even need to be there. There were like times, so for example, the Gundam is the antagonist in this, right? And the Gundam, throughout most of it, is shown to be quite quick. Now, it's in bursts, right? It has to, like, use its jetpack, and it can't use it nonstop. But it's shown to be quite quick, right? And then at a one part kind of late into it, where one of the characters is talking to one of the other characters, and they, like, need a second to talk back and forth, the Gundam is just walking super slowly at them. And it hasn't used the jetpack yet. It's not like overheated or anything, right? Like it's literally not used the jetpack this entire time. And it's just like really slowly walking towards them until they're done with their conversation, right? And the thing is, it's not even needed. The plot doesn't need that because like they could have had the conversation while they were fighting. Or that you could have had the Gundam fighting a nameless grunt and he's being kept busy for a while. Because that happens plenty throughout the show where like a grunt would like hold their own for a while and keep the Gundam busy for a little while. Right, so it was just completely unnecessary, right? And the show is like full of that, where they're just like, why did you like corrupt your internal integrity to do this stupid plot armor thing that you didn't even need to do, right? And that it could have been a lot better. But I still kind of like, why is the power range between 275, which is nothing, and fucking 2,723. So I guess this is the void. I wonder if this is how I unlock that one character. Like if I play well enough here or something, maybe this is how you unlock them. My power level has barely changed. Let me see if I can do anything to...
You must.
Yeah, I'd like to point out, we have not unlocked a character yet. So it says I have an ability point, but like... Oh, I guess you can level these up. But I don't seem to be able to do that. Like, it literally says I have one... I love the chat. I love this. I have, and I quote, 1 points available. That's like great job, guys. Really great job. But I really like, you'll see this in MMOs a lot. It will say 1 point and then like in parentheses S, right, available, which isn't really any better. So I don't know what I could like I can't click anything. Like I have 1 point, but I can't spend it. Like these say they can be leveled, but like I can't actually do that. Also, put fucking shoes on. What is wrong with this person? I don't understand. Why would you click? Why would you ever think the holding? That I think that's worse. I honest to God think that's worse. And by the way, this isn't the first time. Like this game has been full of that, right? Like this game has been full of hold the fucking button down to do a functionality you should just click for, right? But at least all the other times this game's done that, it has said it, right? Like it's like if you moused over it or whatever, it would say hold click to do thing, right? There is absolutely no indicator here at all, right? And I will remind everyone, this game was in early access for an incredibly long time. And so it's like, I don't have any patience for this kind of dog shit. I guess piercing is like, it either means you go through the enemy or you're ignoring their defense, I would think. Either one would be good. Well, the piercing sounds pretty good. Like, no matter which version of piercing that is, that's useful. This game is really frustrating to me, though, because, like, so when a game is pure dog shit, it's really easy to just laugh at it, right? What causes frustration, at least for me, is when a game has potential and it's being fucking wasted on just dumbass decisions. Not like, you know, oh, this is a complex issue that would take a lot of nuance and you know, intuitive or creative thinking, right, to fix, right? Because some games have like really fundamental problems that are very difficult to fix. None of this game's problems are difficult to fix. They're just, it's like unbearable incompetence. It's like, how about you just make the hitboxes more precise, right? And shit like that. Like, there's just so much stupid shit in this game that I'm like, why is this here? Like, how could you possibly, like, that spider was a good example. That it's one thing, I think everyone has seen this in a fighting game, right? Where the enemy does like a kick and you get hit, and it doesn't really make sense that you got hit, but you were pretty close to the kick, right? So you can kind of understand why you know, the hitbox wasn't so precise that, you know, that it was, you got hit when you shouldn't have, right? Like, it's understandable. That's not this game, right? This game, I am on the moon and they're like punching Washington and somehow I'm getting hit, right? That's this game. It's like, how could you possibly have had hitboxes that sloppy, right? Like that fucking spider jab, I cannot fathom. Like, I would love to see like the dev data and like see what the because you can see like the hitbox and like a red, you know, like reticle or something, and I would love to see what the actual hitbox is, because there is no world it's matching the animation. Don't try to play Warframe. So I played Warframe a really long time ago. And now I've heard it's so different now. And my friends have played it since then, so I've talked to them about it. But I only played it like it was pretty new. And my feelings were every like MMO aspect of it was completely pointless and in the way and just wasted your time. And then also it was fun to move, like the character was fun to play, a lot like this game, but the enemies were so boring. They weren't cheap and OP, they were just terrible, right? Like it was like playing a Dynasty Warriors game, right? Like there was absolutely no challenge at all, which it was just boring, right? I didn't care about it at all. I've heard it's changed a lot, but what I've seen of it, it's like, yeah, the character's fun to play, but it's just tedious as fuck. That's what it looks like to me. But yeah, that kind of like Dynasty Warriors fighting useless enemies, I just never enjoy that. And what I'm seeing a lot of in recent games, and I swear it's because of Elden Ring and Dark Souls and everything, it's like all these games are trying to be difficult because like, oh my god, people like challenge now and people want to overcome adversity, and they do, and that's fine. But the devs aren't talented enough or don't have the budget and time to like actually make a good, proper, engaging, challenging experience. And so they just do cheap shit, right? And they just like make enemies with bullshit hitboxes and stuff. And From Software is having a different problem. And I was talking to my brother about this last night, and I think I've really nailed this. So here's an example. Ninja Gaiden Black, game I love to death, right? And there's a lot of people out there that love Ninja Gaiden Black. It's got like a dedicated cult following. You know, there's people that have been playing it, you know, a lot and have truly mastered that game, right? There are people, like, you can look up YouTube and it's crazy, some of these people that have been playing Ninja Gaiden Black for years and years, and they're so good at it, right? So if for some reason, let's say you made a new DLC all these years later, right? Like 20 years later, you make a DLC for Ninja Gaiden Black, right? And in very important detail, you maintain the design integrity, right? You design it like it fits right in, right? It's the same kind of boss design philosophy, right? Like you're not changing the design philosophy of the enemies or and the new bosses and stuff, right? So even though these players that have been playing it forever have never seen these new enemies, right? They've never fought these new bosses, they're going to destroy them, right? Because they're so good at the game, and because Ninja Gaiden actually designs its enemies pretty fairly, right? These players are going to be so ready, and they're going to absolutely shit stomp this new content, and it's going to be super easy, right? And so Dark Souls, or From Software games, are very much like that, because Demon Souls to Elden Ring is the same core formula, and it's a very simple formula, right? It's very, very simple. They add bells and whistles onto it, but the fundamental game mechanics from Demon Souls to Elden Ring are exactly the same, and they're incredibly simplistic, right? And because everyone's been playing these games now for a very long time, you know, Dark Souls is very old now, that you have a very, very large section of the player base that if you make Elden Ring and the enemies are of the same like fairness, right, that the other enemies were in the prior games, they're gonna one-shot every boss, and they're like, oh wow, this is so easy, even if it's actually harder, right? So let's say this theoretical version of Elden Ring is still absolutely harder than Dark Souls 1 or Dark Souls 3, but it's still of the same style of fairness and of enemy telegraphing and everything. Most of the veterans are going to one-shot every single boss in the game, and it's going to feel easier to them. And FromSoft knows this, right? That's why they're doing cheap stuff now. That's why they've like escalated the enemy design to be like delay, fire off like a laser, right? Because that's how they make these veteran players lose. So they feel like it's like the old days. Like, oh man, I have to fight this boss several times to get good and beat it, right? They're trying to, it's like artificially trying to, you know, mimic what it was. And the sad reality is, if your game relies on that kind of difficulty and you want people to fail a lot and you want that kind of vibe, you must change the game, right? You can't keep doing a game that's so similar to Demon Souls, right, and maintain design integrity, right? If they wanted to have good design integrity and still make a game like Demon Souls, they have to do a new combat system. And that's why Sekiro was so loved, is because it was a fairly new combat system. It is still fairly similar, but it's like it's different enough that just learning it again was the challenge, right? But unfortunately, we just keep having games like Elden Ring, you know, or Dark Souls just made over and over again, and they're, you know, they've lost their magic, which is what Dark Souls 3 is about, by the way. Okay, well, let's see whatever the fuck this game mode is. This game really is frustrating me, though, because it's almost good. This game is almost good, but the enemy design is so bad, and all the RPG elements are a complete waste of your time. And it's like that hamstrings this game really hard, right? It's like if if this game wasn't making me run around town forever and like I could just play the other characters and shit like that, I'd be having way more fun, right? If we could just get to the action. And then you clean up the enemies, right, where they have better hitboxes. And here's the problem. And I suspect this is why this game is designed this way. And in their defense, right, money doesn't, well, actually money does grow on trees because it's, you know, it's paper. But money doesn't spawn in, right, automatically. And what I'm about to describe requires development time, which is money. So what I'm seeing here is the enemies don't actually have that much work put into them, right? When in terms of the amount of animations they have, and in terms of like their move set, most of the enemies in this game are actually very lazy. I'm sorry to say it, but most of the enemies in this game are pretty lazy, and they have pretty small move sets. And so how they're trying to make the game engaging is they're just making what moveset is there and what little animations that you have done, they're just making it bullshit, right? Like they're making it, you know, nonsense. And so if they tightened shit up in this game, right, where the hitboxes were reasonable, and like the attack travel time was reasonable and all that kind of, this game would be so easy. It'd be so fucking easy, because they don't have what they need. They don't have the assets to support an engaging and interesting like enemy design, right? Which, you know, it's sad. You know, I can, how do I put it? I can sympathize with that plight, but it doesn't make a bad game good, right? It's still bad. Like, this design still sucks. Now, you know, we'll see some more enemies. Maybe it gets better. I doubt it, but this game just feels like it needed way more time in the oven if it wanted to live up to any kind of like, really good design. I don't know what those yellow orbs do. I think they're just money. At least the character's movement feels pretty good. That's like one thing I can say. That's something a lot of games actually get really wrong. So if you get that one character in here, I wonder how far I've got to get. Because I would like to unlock another character. I should try this game on controller sometime. I wonder how that is. Why is the map so big? This seems so unnecessary. But this game is trying to be kind of Dark Soulsy meets Diablo, right? And then MMO, but they're kind of trying to cut the MMO out of it. And like that's an interesting idea. Like I don't hate that idea. But honestly, I feel like Darksiders 3 did a better job of like combining that hack and slash with the more like skillful stuff. I don't even know what hit me there. The enemies are just so not fun to fight. Like you're just like so paranoid of these like really bullshit attacks they do that you can't really reasonably deal with. It's not like you know, an animation that's well telegraphed that you're messing up or is tricky, right? Because like there's plenty of enemies in games like Ninja Gaiden or what have you that have like flurries that are very tricky, but are still fair. That is absolutely not what's happening here. I don't know, the gear's kind of hard to tell. It hasn't seemed super RNG, but we haven't seen a lot of gear yet, to be fair. It's kind of hard to tell. There's definitely set bonuses like Genshin and stuff, though. The thing is, so far, I don't see what the gear is adding to this game at all. Like, it's kind of like, you kind of just have to like keep up with your stats to not get overtuned by the enemies, and that's why. Like, why can't the game naturally be tuned well, right? Now, there's something I saw in the settings that I want to look at again because it's an interesting thing to give the player control over. Yeah, world scaling. When enabled, raises the cap on power range, allowing all enemies to scale up to the player's power to a max of level 30. This is effect. I don't know what it means by lost zones and shit. So I'd be interested if that was done differently, where if it was everything's balanced all the time. Your stats don't matter and the enemy stats don't matter. They're just always balanced to what's fairer. That'd be a way better option to have in here. But yeah, you like have to spend all this time. I don't mind scaling. It really depends on how it's done, right? I think like when the enemies get stronger, it needs to be done in like a good way and not just generically raising the enemy stats as you get stronger, because that doesn't work very well. So both methods like that you typically see are bad, right? So for example, in Elden Ring, if you miss a cave and you find it way later, you're so overpowered, it's so easy, it's not fun, it's boring, right? Yeah, the way WoW does it is terrible. I know exactly what you mean in WoW. The way WoW does it makes everything feel meaningless, makes every zone feel the same, makes all the loot tables feel the same. There's no like nuance to it, right? If you're level 30, you know, you get the level 30 tier drops from all enemies you kill no matter where you are in the map. There's no world there, right? Like that fucking blows. But for example, like let's take Demon Souls. I think Demon Souls should have done that. So Demon Souls, you have World 1, World 2, World 3, World 4, World 5. But you can do them in any order, right? And you got World 1, 1, World 1, 2, World 1, 3, World 5, 1, 5, 2, 5, 3. You know, you get the idea. But you can do them in any order you want. And the problem with that is, and like Dark Souls, when you get the Lord's Vessel, same thing. Whichever chunk you do last is so much easier, it's bad, right? And whatever you do first is harder. So like Demon Souls would have benefited from like, and you can do lore with this, it's not that hard, where it's like, okay, you killed this boss, so like its soul was absorbed by the other demon, and so now like special Black Phantom enemies show up in the world, and they're stronger and their stats are higher, right? And that can like keep it spicy, so that zone's not a joke anymore. And now when you're on replay, once you know this system exists, you can be like, oh, I'm going to do the worlds in this order, so these are the ones that get buffed or don't get buffed. And so that's like an interesting, you know, bit of replay value. So there's a way you can do it naturally that's not just LOL, the enemies got stronger. And also, if you are going to do LOL, the enemies got stronger, you need to be like smart about it, right? And this is what I never see games do that I wish they did. So let's say in Dark Souls 3, let's say you fight Pontiff as soon as humanly possible, right? So you don't need to like buff him in any way, right? And it's going to be tough. Or let's say you fight Pontiff as late as possible and you've done as many side bosses as possible to get to that point, right? So now he's probably going to be really easy and you're not even going to notice the fight. So instead of scaling him so he's like 1-for-1 as strong as he would have been if you'd done him early, you can just scale him up some so he's still easier because you decided to do him later and get stronger, but he's not so easy that it's a cakewalk, right? And again, you can justify this with lore and stuff, and you can be more creative with it. So for example, you could do like when you have the choice to fight Osiris, right, or fight the twin princes, right, Lothric, you can have it where and this is easy because they're like family, like literally, and there's all this like drama in that family. If you kill Lothric, right, you could have Osiris even in a cutscene like absorb the twin prince's essence, and now when you fight Osiris, he's like powered up and has some new attacks or something, or an extra enemies there, or he has higher stats, or you know, whatever you want to do. And vice versa, if you kill Osiris, then there's a cutscene with the twin princes like absorbing his soul, and then you get like a dragon breath now, right, and shit like that. And so that's like an interest, that's a good way to do it, right? Where what a lot of games do is they're just like, oh, you're level 10, so now all the enemies are level 10. Oh, you're level 11 now all the enemies are level 11. Which that is just boring, right? And it just defeats the entire purpose of an RPG. At that point, just don't have levels at all, right? And there you go. And that's fine to do it that way. But I will say, some degree of raising the enemy stats is not always bad. It's just you don't want it to be 1-for-1, right? And there needs to be other things in your scaling that are more interesting, right? Like if you've played Dark Souls, you know, the grave lording system, those red phantoms that can show up. Introducing those mobs into areas you do later, I think, is a really good way to spice it up. But yeah, it's either a cakewalk or it makes progress meaningless, right? Yeah, that's why RPG mechanics are very difficult, right? And this is why scaling inherently is not bad. It's just executed bad, I think, most of the time. Look at Dungeons and Dragons in real life, right? The dungeon master is literally scaling the game based off what the players are doing to make sure it's still interesting. It's straight up. And yeah, they'll allow you to like raffle stomp things and make, you know, make like goblins really easy now and shit like that. But they're obviously going to like tailor the campaign to make sure the game is still interesting for you and not everything's a cakewalk, right? And that's harder to do in a video game because it's more static, but there are ways to do it, and it just takes more effort. Like, I would say the average way scaling is done in the majority of video games turns me off too, right? But there are ways to do it that are fine. And also, there's a lot of games that do it that no one even notices, right? There's actually a lot of subtle stuff some games will do that aren't just, LOL, you're level 10, so now they're level 10, right? They don't do that. They do other things like subtly make the game progress with you to some extent. Because I really do think both ends of the spectrum are a huge problem. When there's absolutely no scaling or no adjustment to the game to like tailor itself to the player, a lot of these games just become so boring. It sucks, right? Like it's lame. And there's a lot of games out there that if you play them to their completion, there's no replay value, like, 'cause you're too strong, right? Like, it's like in Dark Souls, if you get to max level, it doesn't matter what New Game Plus cycle you're on, it's still way too fucking easy, right? And that's not that doesn't feel good. Wait, what about robot tag? Arc Knights? Are there respawns here? I would have guessed there wasn't, due to the way this mode seems to be, but guess maybe there's a certain amount of, you have a certain amount of lives in here. That would kind of make sense.
These vermin prey on me. Shadow step.
I'm glad the axe is fun. I wish it wasn't so oversized though. I wonder what it looks like on the on the knight guy. I'm still salty about the fact that the knight guy looks the coolest, and then I hated his abilities. Like, I fundamentally hated his abilities. They were just fucking so lame. Wow, I completely whipped there.
A strike with both blades.
Dude, not getting hit in this game is so frustrating. Like, when all these enemies just spamming nonsense, it just is not like, look at that. Like, that's just absolute. There's no reason I should have had to respect that hitbox. And the fact that the game is just like bullshitting you to force you to respect these hitboxes when there's 10 fucking enemies on this screen just makes it super obnoxious to play. You know, and not to like suck Ninja Gaiden's dick too much, but like, it's a good example. They handle fighting a lot of enemies at once in a really good way, right? Most enemies, if you focus on them, you can stun lock them, right? Now there are things, certain attacks they do, like, will give them hyper armor, so you might have to then stop stun locking that one, but then you move away. But then the other enemies that are like mobbing you, you can crowd control by fucking hitting them. Right, and if there are some enemies you can't do that to, but they're normally good with their encounters, so like you can avoid the enemy that you can't stun lock while dealing with the enemies you can stun lock, right, and shit like that. And then when the enemies do get an attack off, you have to respect them. But it's not like if you're playing well, right, you're not gonna have 5 enemies attacking you from 5 different angles at staggered timings. You can prevent that from happening, right? This game, not so much. You can do a little bit of that in this game. Like, some enemies are staggerable, but. If I can avoid getting hit here. I don't know why I just did that.
Shadow step.
I rarely play as stages in Arc Knights. They're normally not very fun. They're normally just like do it over and over, especially with me, because I don't use a lot of the like OP stuff. So it's just like do it over and over and over and over, and it just gets so what the fuck? I like how this thing is literally just constantly hitting me. Like, great game. So how am I supposed to kill this guy? Why am I taking damage? I like how he can just like wander out of the zone. That doesn't even feel like it's intentional. Like, that enemy is just like a random enemy, and he's not really supposed to be inside of that field, and he just was, which made it like complete bullshit to deal with. Why would you put money in there? Like, that's stupid, dude. Just wasting your healing. This game is just consistently pissing me off. I love how that hit me. This game is like an incredibly sloppy action game combined with a lot of the horrible time-wasting mechanics of an MMO. Yeah, S stages feel like to me that they're basically designed with people using a lot of really powerful operators in mind, and if you don't do that, it's a very tedious trial and error experience to such an extreme that I really just don't enjoy it. Now there's some exceptions. I have enjoyed some S stages. It's not like they're all bad. Like how the map says go this way, but then there's just nothing there. This game reminds me so much of Tales of Arise now that, like, Chad had brought that up.
I have survived worse.
It's like Tales of Arise on high difficulty is almost exactly like this, where the enemy telegraphing is trash, and you're just constantly being attacked at, like, random intervals that you couldn't really predict without memorizing it, and it just feels like you never have time to do what you're fucking supposed to do. And like the bosses are just unbelievably trial and error.
Raven's wings.
Case in point. And I love how the map just says I can go over here, but look at that. Look at that. The map, look at the map. And it just says you can go over there, but you just can't. And I love how they telegraph it so poorly like that. And then they have the gall to fucking make that do damage to you. Like, it's just unfucking believable, dude.
Touch.
That did not seem very reasonable to dodge. I watched a 13-hour video once. I can definitely say I've never done that. Now, the question is, why did you do that? Right, why are we bringing up the pink incident? I see the quote is, doesn't green has like, and then I can't see the rest of it, and then pink incident. I need an explanation. Nothing? No. Now I have to scroll up. Doesn't green has like pot 5 pause? Shut the fuck up. God damn it, dude. Imagine saying that when, like, I'm playing Arc Knights and there's someone, like, new in the chat. Trying to give them the wrong idea. I just took a lot of damage there because I was reading chat. Like, really right there. That whole combat there, I was looking at chat. Law's trying to act like I'm bullying, but you know what you did. Dude, the pink incident is not like, it's not overblown. Like, does that stream still exist? Please tell me I put that on my VOD channel. Like, please tell me I put that on my VOD channel. And if I did, I need to rename it, like, the pink thing incident. Because, like, that was not... That was not, like... mathematically likely at all. It wasn't like we got a little bit into the unlikely. That was fucking bullshit. Like, just... Yeah, I'll have to look. Yeah, it's the gator rolls. I hope I fucking uploaded that. Yeah, believe me, I know what it was. I'm not gonna forget that anytime soon. Yeah, I remember you telling me you had a series like that was super bad. I really hope that doesn't happen with Logos. Yeah, I'm really feel for all of the thing is, even though it's even if we got Walter a lot, it's unlikely for it to be as bad as the pink thing incident, because like we got, I just don't even know where to start, dude. Like, we just, so much went wrong there. Like, we got Chalter twice, right? We got so many pink things, right? There was just so much happening that was not Gator. Also, I don't have as many rolls now, right? So I can only roll so much on Logos. Being able to air dodge off of that move is cool. What's not cool is how I just I do not have enough stam to dodge the just non-stop bullshit on the ground.
Let us dance.
Dude, why is this just unending? Like, just Jesus fucking Christ game. Dude, I'm just tired of needing to dodge every fucking second. Oh, I need a constant, like, just, that's unplayable. It's like, I need to dodge non-stop. And like, you're barely allowed to dodge in this game. Like, there's not some magical thing I can do there, and my damage is not high enough to pick off an enemy to like lower the amount of attacks coming my way. Like, not even close. So I love this. This is terrible game design. The reason the minimap is saying I can walk down there is because of up there. It's because there's land way the fuck up there. Also, this is such a needless run back. So chat, I've heard, I don't know the details, but I've heard Arknights is getting like, where you can save seeds from a roguelike run and share it. So if like chat has a run that's like unbelievably difficult or just stupid memey or whatever, they can share it with the stream. So that's going to be really awesome. I actually love that so much. Does anyone know though, is a difficulty setting independent of their seed? And then, so like, can you match it to what you want? So like, if you have up to like, you know, Surge 11, you can just do Surge 11 even though they did it on Surge 5? Or do we not know yet? Because like, that's pretty important.
Strike with both blades.
This game is just so obnoxious, dude.
I am the blade of shadows.
Can you imagine playing this game on maximum difficulty and the objective is never get hit ever? Ever. I can't find the VOD. Yeah, I'm worried I didn't upload it. I really can't keep up with VODs. People are constantly like, why are you uploading VODs? Because I don't have 50 hours a day, right? It's like, and a lot of times I stream like, you know, 2 or 3 times, you know, in a day. So it's like, it's so fucking hard for me to keep up with it. And then like the way YouTube works is if I just upload them all at once, you'll never see any of them. So like you have to like space them out. And it doesn't, it's so fucking obnoxious. And like also this one you can criticize me for. You know, sometimes I will just name like a random Arknights VOD, just something super undescriptive, right? And I have so many VODs on my VOD channel that I've never made public because like the timing just didn't work. And by the time there was like a lull where I needed to upload something else, it's so old that it wouldn't make any sense to upload it. There's so much stuff like that. Like I'll have like 7 VODs on the VOD channel. I can really only make one of them available per day. And by the time I get through those 7, I've streamed 5 more times. So it's just it's impossible, right? Like that's the thing. I can go through the backlog and see if I can find it though. I'll look. Dude, why is this map so convoluted? There's nothing engaging about this. This is not like meaningful like platforming exploration like in Darksiders 3 or something. This is just like, I swear to God, why? Like literally why? That could just not have been there. That served absolutely no purpose.
Swift and silent.
I guess the thing is protected. I love how that like, look at that fucking animation, dude. This game is so dog shit, dude. It's so dog shit. That's like just some random just breath, like no tell on it. And even though most of these like little trash mobs don't do that much damage, that just kills me. Really? Like it's just that fucking delayed. I have to say this because like Darksiders 3 did this too, but at least they gave you the option to turn it off. I am so tired of every game making the healing this long ass fucking animation because they don't understand why it's like that in Dark Souls. Right? Dark Souls did it because the enemies are slow and you're slow. And so it's like, it makes sense to have to commit to an animation like this. And now you have all these games that are spastic as fuck, and then they put in this like slow as fuck heal animation. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Right? It's like, well, Dark Souls did it. Meanwhile, your game is completely different than Dark Souls in terms of pacing. Oh my god. I mean, like, I think the healing animation's fine in Dark Souls. It's not as good in Elden Ring. I mean, they sped it up, but, you know, Elden Ring is so much faster paced. Yeah, most games that do it, it's pretty ass, I would say. It was totally fine in Dark Souls, though. I don't think that was an issue. I don't think we unlocked a new character. We've yet to unlock a single character. I've not played Lies of P. I don't... So, it's a few things. One, and I could be wrong, but I just suspect it's just going to be cheap bullshit. The way the industry is right now, I have all confidence that it's just going to be delay, fire off like a laser. It's going to be so much of that. Now, I could be wrong, and I hope I am. But I'm so sick of games like that I just have no interest in playing it. And then you might say, well, you're playing other games that are bullshit like that, but that's normally because they have something else going for them. Or like Lies of P, I hate the aesthetic. Right? It has no PvP. Right? Like it's just like Sekiro. It takes all of the things I like out of Souls games away, and then it maintains all the stuff that I don't like. Now, again, with Liza P, I don't know that for sure, but I suspect that's the case. Now, and I do know for sure that it doesn't have PvP, and I don't like the aesthetic, and so on and so forth. I'll play Sekiro at some point, but it's like, one, I know what it's like mechanically, and I'm just really not that interested in it. And two, they never put it on sale, like, for any, like, actually cheap, and it's because the publisher, it's not FromSoft, but the publisher knows that FromSoft games are so, like, sought after that they have no reason to put it down to like $10 because they're like, well, people will buy it at 60 or 30 all these years later. Which, you know, they're not wrong, but because of that, I just don't want to fucking buy it. Like, I don't want to pay fucking $60 for a game I'm really not that interested in. The most I've ever seen it go on sale for is like 30 bucks, which I've almost bought it for that. But yeah, if I don't really like, if I'm not that interested in something, I normally want to spend, like $20. I'm normally happy with that. I'm like retired now and I'm still frugal. I was raised. I'm never gonna, I don't want to change. I'm happy I'm like this. I don't want to be a fucking sucker. I like trying to get value for my money. Like, I don't want to be ripped off. Now, there's, you know, I've known, like, rich people that are really obnoxious about that principle, where, like, they're getting mad at, like, a fast food worker because they think they got charged a nickel too much or something like that. That I'm not going to do, right? That's different. But, you know, I'm not going to buy a game for $60 that I'm going to stream one time. Right? I'm just not going to do that. Pink Instance VOD was never uploaded. I'll check to see. Okay, I can maybe check right now, to be honest. I may have uploaded it but not made it live, because there is a lot of VODs like that. Does anyone know the date of, like, roughly when that event was? January 13th. Okay. What year? I don't remember how long ago it was. I'm guessing it was like 2023, or was it 2024? Shit. You can also check if it's still on Twitch. It's unlikely because Twitch doesn't keep stuff around that long, but oh fuck, 2023. Yeah, no way it's still on Twitch. I think they keep things for 6 months. That's crazy we haven't unlocked a character yet. I think it's a massive mistake on their part. Why do you have to unlock these characters anyway? Like, fuck.
And this is clan suppose if that's
really, I cannot believe we have not unlocked a character. That is just mind-bogglingly stupid game design. Like, obviously you have the option to try something else at this point. Got all these quests, dude. Ridiculous. That does make me sad if I didn't upload that VOD though. Like I said, if you really want something uploaded, you have to remind me. It's so fucking overwhelming. I'm not going to, like, especially now that I'm retired and it's not my job anymore, I'm not gonna waste my spare time sorting through all that shit. Like, no fucking chance. But if, like, my chat wants something, then I'll do it because I, for some reason, like you guys. So if chat cares, then I will put effort into something. But I'm not gonna spend like an hour every day managing all this fucking shit.
You will have your chance at retribution.
Oh, how I do miss my old laboratory. The stone that
God, all this dialogue, dude. Is this like some new RPG system I have to deal with now?
Fascinating, but something is not.
I'm glad you posted the Santa Carna vid. It's cinema. I actually don't even remember really what happened.
Perhaps she will know.
Other than chat gaslighting, trying to act like Santa Carna is the best solo unit in the entire game. And now people are going to be like, he is.
With it given rise to a new threat.
Oh my god, can I finally get another character? Jesus Christ. So I can get one of these two. Why? So why? I don't know why I can't get these ones. It's not really like indicating what the deal is. I wonder if he uses the axe by default. Kind of looks like it. Oh god, you can up her rarity. Why? Why does this game have all these stupid mobile game fucking features, dude? It's a fucking single player game now. Santa Carna defeated the Grinch. The Grinch. I see what you did there and saved Christmas. By the way, my dad called me a Grinch. I really loved my father, man. So he, how do I put this? He got and like did not have a problem with the fact that I was very like anti, you know, holiday, and I didn't want to do these like generic family gatherings and stuff. Like he understood it and like didn't like make me do it, right? But he would make fun of me for it, right? And that was a nice balance, right? So he'd call me the Grinch and Scrooge, right? But he never forced me to you know, go to a family gathering or do any of that kind of shit that I didn't like, right? So that was nice. I truly am sad that my father wasn't here to see my stream, because I know for a fact my father would randomly come into the chat and just cause chaos. I know he would have done that, and he would have like learned about Twitch culture and stuff, right? Even though he probably wouldn't have done that naturally, but he would have done that because I was doing it, right? And he totally would have, like, you know, he would have been going along with your all stupid memes and stuff. Yeah, he'd be on our side. Yeah, he definitely would. I'm quite sure that would have been the case. Okay, I mean, I'll get... This guy is not fun to play, but he looks cool, so... And he will be, like, maybe more fun with the axe. We'll see. Yes, everyone gets dancing, let's be honest. Alright, let's see. I guess you're allowed to get him, too. What does it take? Like, what's... Hold on, what's this? Why did it say U and O? Am I supposed to click those buttons? Please, God, no. Collect a Grindel's summoning stone. I don't really know like where the fuck you're supposed to get that. Yeah, I'm hoping like he's my favorite in terms of design because of the helmet and in combat, but he's probably second, so I'm hoping his skills are cooler because I hate his skills. And like these three are fine, so if they have cool skills, I'm happy to play one of these three. Yeah, they actually look pretty dope. I'm hoping they're cool. Fucking Cairo, though. Okay, at least we know how that works now. I wonder if they're levels independent. So we're level 7. How do I change? They're level 4. Oh, God. Okay, so he's the active character now. Oh, God. All this, like, RPG shit. What does this mean? Resilience, weapon power, crit rating, physical defense, ability power, max health. What the fuck? And there's gear that aligns with this stuff, and it'll be stronger. I wish I could just like mouse over resilience and see what it does. I can't see what it does. I mean, most of it's like self-explanatory, but like resilience not. Maybe it's like magic defense would make sense, because you've got physical defense. Now you have magic defense as a stat right there. But yeah, I remember my father like got into like Halo because I got into Halo, and then he actually liked it, right? And would play it in his own time and stuff. It was pretty awesome. Like he wasn't the kind of guy that would really ever have naturally, you know, bought an Xbox and played Halo, but you know, he was open to try it and ended up liking it. I mean, well, his abilities are lame, though. That's the thing. I guess weapon power, then. And it's green. What What the fuck is any of this? Healing pulses lower ability cooldown by 1 second. But I guess I can't use these right now, though. Fucking MMO shit, dude. That's the strongest axe I've got. That is a cool helmet. I bet you they let you turn it off, which I absolutely will not do, but I bet you there's some way in here to not have the helmet. Most games won't give you a helmet at all, and if they do, they let you turn it off. Okay, that ability was pretty lame. That ability was pretty lame. Like, I do not like this character, dude. All these, like, this just blocks, like, projectiles, I think. It does grant a defense boost, though. When you hit them with Righteous Strike or Weapon Attack, deal bonus damage. Anyone hit mark enemy will restore their own. I mean, yeah, that's good. Like, it's a good ability. Damn, he looks fucking awesome with the axe, though. That's super cool. It says I have other points, but it's not letting me spend them. I don't get it. This UI really is not great. I love when games just do not give you an indication. It's because I don't have enough gold. How could I possibly have that little gold? What the fuck? I wonder if that's character specific. That is fucking crazy. Are these like minions or something? That would be cool, but I doubt this game's awesome enough to do that. What is all this shit? Are these just generic stat boosts? Huh. Go fusion. What? So many convoluted systems to just waste your time, dude. Yeah, I figured they'd have options for no helmet. Well, obviously we're going with the helmet. I wonder if you can change the appearance of your weapon. I hope so. I guess you get a mount at some point. I like how I have the Wayfinder beta. I never played this game's beta. I never did that. Oh shit! Oh shit! It kind of sucks that you only get the one color. Like it's like solid like that. And why not your armor? Okay, there is a secondary. Okay. But yeah, why not your armor? That'd be awesome if you could dye your armor. Better than nothing, though. Oh shit, you can. Why? That's a terrible UI. My god, that's a terrible UI. Let's see. That doesn't really look like what it shows. Default's blue. Like that's not actually green. Custom? What's custom? Maybe it's like character specific. Oh, I see. It's the plume. I don't know what the fuck this is. Oh, it's the like the wrap there. I really wish the glowing part could be actually green. That would be sick. I can't tell if I want to just go ham on the green or use it as a highlight. Normally I use it as a highlight, but like plate armor can pull off full green as well sometimes. Oh shit, that's not bad. This is cool though. Oh shit, we're Blood Knight. There really isn't blurple here. Like this is on the way. Okay, no, this is kind of blurple. Yeah, this is blurple. This is blue though. Man, that actually looks kind of cool. Always like the deserty colors. This looks good too, though. We'll go with this for now, but like shit, that like deserty look is not bad at all. Is the plume too much, chat? Is that too much green? I feel like it's about right. Maybe pushing it ever so slightly, but I can't believe they made Crown Slayer welfare. I'm actually really surprised by that. I think she would have sold well as a 6-star. Plume looks a bit weird. Yeah, it's a little much. We'll try it out though. Shut up, Ace. I wish I'd realized you could customize your character like that. Like, aesthetically, this character is so much more my speed. His abilities, man, they're, ugh. I guess we can fight this boss again if we want to. I wonder if you get anything useful for doing that with this. Change the difficulty. Is it saying that because I'm about to get destroyed? Like, we're objectively weaker right now though, because we're downgraded to a level 4. So. Does he have a gun?
Stay vigilant.
What are you even crying about, Lost?
Cannot die here.
Just why? Like, why? Like, there's it's just it's one of the worst designed things in my opinion, because so much of this game is designed where the environment does not matter, right? If it was like Dark Souls where you consistently need to worry about the environment, I wouldn't care at all, right? But it's like, it's boring environment after boring environment, and then all of a sudden it super matters and it kills you, right? And like, I don't want to have to pay attention to the environment all of the time. Because, and I don't mind paying attention to the environment all the time in like Dark Souls because it matters all of the time. Where if you pay attention all of the time in this game, you're wasting your time, right? So it's like, it's just fucking obnoxious.
For the Empire.
Oh god. I wonder if I can do character customization in the middle of a stage. Because now that I have money, I can probably do this. No, I still need more. Okay, I think think that's enough now. Yep, okay. Don't know how much that actually helps, but I'll take it. Some Genshin puzzle shit. Are you supposed to make it where they're all lit up or none are lit up? Oh, you're supposed to match what's on the picture. Honestly, making all of them lit up is more interesting than that. This game is so close to being awesome, dude, and it just fucking not. There's so many things that make it obnoxious for no reason. Like, again, the sloppy hitboxes, all the time-wasty bullshit. Looks like you get iframes when you cast that, which that's quite useful. God, I hate this character, dude. Like, he looks so cool, but he's so, like, just face tanky, like the way you play him. I have such mixed feelings about this game. Because, like, there are things that I like. You know, the character is fun to play. Like, the strong attack on this weapon is very satisfying.
It's over for you.
God, these enemies are so unfun. Like, the big AoE ones. Glad the axe is fun to use, though. God, these are so lame. This is such a waste of time. Oh man, the orbs aligned!
For the fight.
Jeez, this guy's tanky. So this game does have co-op. I should try that at some point. I feel like the co-op would be bad though, because, well, not all the time, but like you're normally gonna have someone from like chat or whatever that's just way stronger than you are, and they're just gonna carry to the point where it's not fun. So you have to like find that like Goldilocks zone where they're like the same power level as you. There's probably content in the game though that's like designed for in-game, so like you're all at the same stat range, and it's like made for co-op, and that's probably fine. There's enemies right here. Oh, is there a new robot coming? Details? New robot, Max will get them day one, I'm sure. I cannot believe how Max got Thermex maxed out, and like just it wasn't even day one, it was like before I streamed, right? Like they already had it, and then it took me like a fucking month, and I was saving up tickets and I fucking tried, man. Like I spammed that shit. I'm glad Thermex is one of the better robots, though. It's been nice. Already went that way, right? I only have 15 recruitment tickets. Oh boy. I think I've got like almost 200 right now. Something like that. Might even have 200, I'm not sure. I do think this character is stronger than the other character. At least early game. Just because like they're so tanky. Motherfucker, dude. Just can't help themselves. Oh, I guess that little thing on the ground is the pressure plate. We're definitely dungeon crawling right now. Oh my god, the fuck, I couldn't see because of the dumbass thing on the ground. Got a gun. Kind of funny to think that I could play this character with a gun. Boss fight, perhaps?
No fear. For the living.
I mean, goblins are living, right? Wait, he didn't die. This character is just like you're playing whack-a-mole with your health.
Victory is ours. Your sentence is death.
Well, sentence is death, so executioner, Stanson, yeah. This is a long dungeon.
For the light.
Well, I wish my damage was just slightly higher. But we're only level 4. The graphics are cool though. Like, cool aesthetic.
Burn in the
Okay, that felt good. The like powered up axe attack is really cool. I do really like that. Oh fuck, the damage. I don't know how he missed there. Oh man, missed my big attack. My damage output. Okay, get fucked on that one, kid.
For the living.
That was a hell of a combo. I kind of just face tank that because like I can heal back so much. Man, I was trying to get to 50 hit combo, but he died. Might as well grab the money. I mean, a lot of the bullshit in this game I could get over if the enemy design was better. Like, that's the biggest thing. Like, there's a lot of stuff I don't like, but, you know, if the enemies were better, then it'd be worth putting up with. But the enemy design is so scuffed. It might get better as we go, and it also might get worse. Dealing with the quest though is pretty awful.
Oh, how I do miss my old laboratory.
So many quests, and like every time we beat a quest, it unlocks so many more. Complete like a void dungeon while using an imbuement. I'm guessing that's like an affect or something. Kind of a weird thing to say because I never played it, but I did see it. This game does kind of have a Wild Star vibe a little bit. Less spacey, but it definitely has a bit of that. I hate when it's like giving you an objective and it's actually just telling you to go to the other zone. It's so silly. And the aesthetic is nice. And really no beef with that. Look at all these objectives on my map. Like, what the hell? Like, I don't even know what, like, side quests do, really. Like, are they worth it or not? No idea. I would like that mount now. F1. Buffs, passive. All my quests are just way out there. Oh, fuck. Can you, like, teleport? What that is. Okay, you can teleport to those. I keep forgetting you can do this, but the input's a little whack. I have a side quest here. Which is what? I have no idea. Guess it's this? Didn't I just do this though? I guess I thought it was void something, whatever. What do these do? Half health enemies get larger and do more damage. And they'll explode. That sounds horrible. These just sound like Mythic Plus stuff from WoW. It sounds fucking annoying. Enemy attack tells you to burn. Does not sound like a fun system at all. It's like the worst way to do this kind of thing. Guessing that the gift is negative. Okay. Yep, that's
Be cautious.
Reasonable. So I guess you're gonna have a lot of these bombs coming at you throughout. Oh, I took some damage there. This is just obnoxious. Gonna be a lot of that. Bro, this just wastes so much time. Why? That's such a... It's so dumb. I was hoping it was like a boss that's gonna be hidden in the level or something, but no. Stupid shit to deal with constantly. Bro, and like when they happen in combat, it just, again, you're just waiting. It's like it removes a damage opportunity and makes you wait more. Super unfun.
For the light!
God, this is so silly. This definitely feels like they played Mythic Pluses and WoW and like, let's do that. My favorite game mechanic, waiting. I'm sure somebody enjoys it. Watching paint dry, you know? I literally could not avoid those because the enemies were blocking my dodge, because for some reason that's a mechanic. Is he blocking?
My light grows dim.
I love how during the window I can heal, the game just spams a bunch of bullshit that I must move out of so I don't get to heal. Dude, the enemies like body blocking your dodge is just horrible. again, in a game like Dark Souls, it's fine because it's designed with that in mind. This game absolutely is not. Like, you'll just have all these like obnoxious fucking enemies all over the screen. And this like bomb mechanic is not handcrafted, right? It's an RNG thing. So it's like, the fact that you have a giant fucking enemy that's blocking you from dodging forward and then bombs spawn behind you. It's like that's shit. This is the Stall Knights player. Don't even. Interesting that the bombs hit the enemies. They don't seem to really damage them, but it staggers them. These bombs just go off way too often. Like you're having to wait so often here. Why is this pink? We got new shoulders. Okay, I'm hoping I can change the style here. Those have no bonus. Let's see. Weapon transmog. What about armor? There we go. Thank God they just keep that simple. I bet you when this was going to be an MMO, it wouldn't have been that simple. I like this one, but it just doesn't match the rest of the armor that well right now. I feel like no color really works here. Like this one's the best, but it's not great. It's a shame that you can't actually have it be green. Do we really need this many bombs?
Back to the dock with you.
What is it now?
It's over for you.
Okay. Little shits. Dad, apparently it's over for them. Oh my God, that stupid breath attack.
My light grows dim. There are more battles ahead.
Okay. They haven't died yet. Nailed it. So many bombs. So you have to use a skeleton key to open those. I don't know where I get them. I haven't really paid attention. All right, boss fight time. I swear to God, if it's that same shield guy. I think this content I'm doing right now, though, is kind of like filler dungeons you can do to get gear. They're not really the meat of the game. I have quests for it, so that's why I've been doing it, but I don't think this really is like a major part of the game. Not right now. Hey, look, that same guy. It's because we're doing like different procedurally generated versions of the same place, I think is why. He's just the boss here. I like how I was just stagger locked for like a half an hour by these just fucking idiot mook enemies. So fucking annoying, dude. Literally non-stop an explosion on the ground here. Fuck, I missed my ult attack there. It sucks.
I cannot die here.
I like I'm hitting the heal button, nothing's happening.
Your sentence is death.
These explosions are just adding such a large element of just annoyance. Absolutely not fun.
For the living. Victory.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that guy is always the boss, and we were just doing different procedurally generated versions of this place. That's like what's happening. And it was just like a side quest to kind of show you that mechanic existed, I think. Well, not terrible that we did that though, because we needed to catch his level up anyway. Spawn minions during the boss fight. I'm sure that's an option. That was Twitch mode in Dead Cells. Like, that was so cool. Before you go into a boss room, chat could say like pick me or something like that, and someone would be selected from chat to be the boss, and then during the boss fight they would get text prompts to pick multiple abilities like spawning bombs, spawning enemies, shit like that, and they could save it. They could hold on to it and activate when they wanted to do it, like oh, the boss is in this part, so that's the best time to do it or whatever, and they can make the fight harder. And then yeah, someone else in chat could be Mr. Chicken, who could talk, right? When they would type something in chat, it would pop up in the game and have like this little like you know, gibber sound effect, and then like the text would pop up over the chicken's head, and then they could there was a way to make it where they could actually do damage, and I don't remember how that worked. And then they could also decide when you heal, right? Like they got to pick when you blast essentially, and some other stuff. That game had such an amazing Twitch mode. Like there'd be these chests that were really hard to open, and like all these obnoxious spell effects would go off while you're trying to open it. and then chat could help you open it by saying like bam, pow, whap, and shit like that. And then mods could like take advantage of being a mod and spam and like break the chest super fast. Good times. Yeah, the Twitch mode broke a long time ago. That's why I don't ever stream Dead Cells, is because I can't go back. I tasted the forbidden fruit and it's so much better, and now like the Twitch mode doesn't work. So I don't want to play it without it.
Another report from Davin.
Oh yeah, and chat could pick what upgrade you got. You would get like these upgrade power-ups throughout the the run, and you could get like a healing upgrade, like a green upgrade, defensive stuff, an offensive damage upgrade, brutality, and then I think it was like engineering or something, I don't remember. And then of course our chat, it was just brute. They were like obsessed with just that used to be a meme. Do y'all remember that? Like in the old days, it would like translate to FGO when we were seeing red, press red, people would say brute, and shit like that. You can be, we can be trusted with your upgrades. Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh man, that really was good times. There was another game that had a Twitch mode like that. It wasn't quite as good, but it was Warhammer Vermintide 2. You know, they could spawn. They could do some pretty cool shit. You could like, chat would get a healing item, and they could decide who to give it to. Right. So I was playing with like Tusk and Cairo, and the chat was like always nice to Tusk, right? They would always give Tusk like healing items, even if he didn't need them, right? And then like, you could do bad things too. You could spawn mobs, like a wave of mobs, and the cool thing is chat could wait to do it. So like the game on its own would sometimes spawn a wave of enemies, so then chat could spawn their wave of enemies with the normal wave of enemies and like double up, and they could pick different enemies too. It was good. I don't think it was as good as Dead Cells Twitch mode, but it was still really solid. I love how it just keeps, God, this game, the quest stuff is so shit, dude. It's just so fucking shit. Like how this is a main quest. That is such a stupid thing to be a main quest. So I need this blue one, which is just not showing. So I have like, oh my God. It's being tracked too. Like, fuck. Why? I like how it says it's being tracked, but it's not. Like, how fucking stupid is this game? This is so silly, dude. Vermintide's a good game, though. Vermintide 1 and 2 are both really good games. I wish it was third person, though. I didn't really see what that game gained out of being first person. Other than their attack animations could be a lot more simplistic because it was first person, which I feel like is why it was first person. Also because it's inspired by Left 4 Dead, and Left 4 Dead's first person. But it's so melee combat oriented that I don't think that was a really good decision. I will say this though, out of all the melee combat first person games I've played, it does it the best. Most first person melee I think is shit. But that game easily did it the best. Like, very impressive combat for what they were doing. All right, let's do at least one more main story here. Supposed to do one of these void things with an augment or something. Find the Stone King tomb. That could be cool. That's maybe like a unique boss. This unique boss here, I'm hoping there's more content like that. So you do this, and I guess which one doesn't matter. That's the burn one. FHP, they go crazy, then they blow up. The blowing up just sounds horrible. The only, I gotta say, 10% XP is so bad for how much more annoying these are with these augments. These augments are not fun. Like they're funnily enough, in World of Warcraft, it's like famous for their system like this being hated, and it's just not a fun thing. And this game doing the exact same thing is kind of funny to me.
Stay vigilant.
I guess you're supposed to destroy these, but like, I'm not... This is so dumb, because if you're a ranged character, this is nothing. I wonder if you can, like, jump and slam. Seems to work. It's possible they don't do damage and they, like, debuff you instead. Let's test it. Nope, no, they damage you, so the jumping thing just is actually effective. So do I need to destroy these? I'm hoping no, and you just need to kill the ones that are actually a problem. This is probably less annoying than the bombs. Wouldn't be annoying at all if you were playing a ranged weapon, then it'd be like a joke. I really do think I need to work in jump attacks more. It's a pretty decent amount of damage. I wonder if some of the enemy attacks can be avoided with jumping. Thank goodness this attack works, so I don't get poisoned. I got poisoned on that one for some reason.
Your sentence is death.
I wish I liked this guy's skills, man. He's so cool, but the ninja lady's skills are definitely more fun to use. Hopefully we'll get more skill options as we play, and maybe there'll be some better setups that are more my style. This just feels like such a waste of time, though. Instead of getting to progress through the area like normal, you have to stop and kill these things. The bombs are definitely more annoying, though. I feel like later in the game, you're gonna do like whatever the in-game raids are or whatever, and you can turn these on, and you'll probably need to turn multiple of them on, and it's just gonna be total visual spam clutter nonsense. It just seems so fucking unnecessary. Like, the game already is visually very cluttered in combat. Like, it could really do to clean that up. And then adding this on top of it is just why. Dude, getting stuck on enemies feels so ass in this game. This game is so weird though, because it's like it's very much trying to have some like Souls DNA in there, but then it's so fucking like Diablo, like with the enemy design and stuff. Jesus Christ, dude. I've noticed a lot of projectile attacks are super BS. Like that one, like shadow breath that like one-shot us. It's like, cause it like hits you over and over and over and over all at once. And a lot of the projectiles have been like that. I think this character's a lot less fun to watch too. Like the other character, you're managing all your like special dashes and like resources and stuff. I think that was a lot more. This guy kind of just face tanks and just does the axe attacks over and over. It sucks 'cause I really like him, but the other character is just a lot more fun, and I think it's a lot visually more interesting to watch. There's more like decisions being made. This guy's like, his skills are just like, okay, these let me face tank better. Like they both are just like, you heal when you attack. Like both of them what they do. Fuck, I lost my damage bonus. I just gotten it up. I got the game just like freaked the fuck out there right as he was doing the AoE that I needed to dodge. You know, chat, it's rare that I side with the lady, but like I like Cantabile more than Puzzle. I don't like hate Puzzle, but like something about the way he talks kind of annoys me, and I don't like his gameplay as much. Which that's how most people feel like his gameplay is kind of her but worse, which is kind of annoying. But one of the rare times I feel that way though. Well, I don't know, man. Arknights has got a lot of male characters I don't like, honestly. They have a lot of like pretty boys and stuff. Although they have a bunch of fucking, you know, female characters like Pinecone, so really no winning over there. Puzzle's really good with stainless. Well, I don't have stainless leveled, so one of these days. I'm sure I will level Puzzle though because he's more free to play. I'll probably level Cantabile eventually though, just because I like her gameplay and stuff. Definitely one of the more fun Vanguard. How the fuck am I supposed to do that? Hey, I like stainless just fine. You guys are the ones that didn't vote for him. Max did though. I will never get over the fact that Max used more channel points than anyone and voted for stainless. So stainless had the most votes from a single person out of the two options, but stainless still lost. That's so messed up, dude. I went broke. That really is crazy that he lost. Cause who, like, there were a few people. I fucking lost. Where the fuck is it? Like he'll act like he's on Ace's side, but I'm pretty fucking sure, Lost voted for what was it, Golden Glow. I'm almost positive he did. And he didn't use as many channel points as you all or like Max and Ace did, but he still used a lot. And then there was obviously just more people voting for GG. These projectile guys are not the most fun. Like, it doesn't even feel balanced. Like, all the projectiles in this game, it doesn't feel like they're intended to do, like, 10 times the damage as everything else. They just do because they, like, multi-hit. like this guy's just extra annoying because he multi-hits like that, but then also if you want to avoid his stuff, you just have to wait so fucking long. It's not like you just dodge it like you would dodge a melee attack once. You have to like keep fucking dodging it. There's really nothing fun about that. What was that ploy? I remember there was like the voting was like super favored, and everyone thought X was gonna happen, and you voted Y, and then Y happened. I just don't remember what it was. I do remember that. Oh my god, it was chat versus FGO. Holy shit. Oh, that was a good time. I'll get up there. Yeah, fun gameplay right there. I just don't buy that shadow breath he does is supposed to be that dangerous. I just do not buy that. I just don't see how you, I guess maybe you can drop down when you're up there. I do not see how you can get up there. Oh, I think you can cheese this shit. I don't think you're supposed to do it this way, but I think you can. Oh, baby. I really don't think you're supposed to do it that way. Hard to say. That felt so wonky, though, standing on that kind of like environment like that. Hey, if it works, it worked. That did not work the way I intended. Getting lazy with killing these, so I keep getting poisoned.
For the Empire.
This one is so much easier than the bombs, though. It's not even close. Because once you clear them out, they're gone for good, and they're easier to deal with than a single wave of bombs anyway. I just fucking missed. Boy, I could totally see what was happening there, game. Oh my god, that stupid breath just almost instantly kills me, and it wasn't even like fully hitting me. Dude, there's no world where they intended that to be that strong. It's like one of the most moved enemies ever. That's fucking ridiculous, dude. It's super fucking fast. It's got a huge hitbox and it just keeps on hitting. I just do not believe it's intended to be that strong. I like how I just blocked that. dictates what makes my ult attack stronger, or for you like the better combo. I wonder if it's like how many times you've hit since you've last used it, so you can't spam it. That is so silly that you can just block that. Blocking is really strong in this game, like, it's crazy strong.
Our victory was never in doubt.
It might have been a little in doubt. Alright. That was actually main story, but it was to do a non-main story dungeon, which is kind of weird. Oh my god. I remember when chat was using Jono Arc with Black Grail. Oh my god.
I'm glad you could spare. I'm glad to see
Barely
you
won
returned,
that one.
Truly. In the meantime, you were able. I have a little of your precious time.
I think there was like Ongra in there as well.
It's good to see you.
Like won by this. Oh shit, we can get them. Cool. Wonder what they do here. Like voidy stuff. Guess their default weapon is scythe or something. So, does it tell you how to get each one of them? Let's see. Collect your summoning stone. What does that mean? Like, is it just somewhere in like a random dungeon or something? This is definitely my least favorite character. So she's normally using a gun. They're normally using sword and shield, axe, gun. Have we not seen that yet? Like great sword? Yeah, I guess we haven't skin that yet, unless it's like a reskin of the axe, but it seems like it's its own thing. And there's scythe. So what do you have to do if you want to summon someone else? Nothing. Okay. Cool. I don't know what the fuck, how you upgrade like their rarity. I guess you get more dies when you upgrade their rarity. That's cool. More customization options.
Old friend.
Wait, didn't I already do that? What the fuck? It didn't count. I don't get it. I did both the void and the hall thing. I guess you're supposed to use shadow specifically. I must have used it. I used like the trickster one. That one didn't count. Oh my god, that's so dumb. This should not be main story. It's so ridiculous. Like, cause it's literally like a generic, you know, roguelike dungeon you generate, and we've already done it like so many fucking times.
The air here, it tastes different than a year ago. Scarcely perceptible, yet I believe it has something to do with the energy.
It's so obnoxious, dude. And it's like the last thing I want to do is another one of those. Those are just not fun. Like it's in the other zone. Well, it's like there are good things here. I think if you like Diablo style games and you like the RPG stuff, and then you'll like this game a lot more. But I think this game has a lot of problems. Like, and some of it, even if you like those kind of games, it's pretty objective, some of the problems. Like that spider's poke, like the hitbox on that was just objectively a bad hitbox. And there's been a lot of that where it's just fucking sloppy. But I mean, I can see people liking this. If you like the art style, you like hack and slash and like Diablo loot, you know, kill, kill, kill. you know, you kind of enjoy that grind, then you definitely would like this game, I think. But I think this game would just be so much better if they put more effort into the hitboxes and shit like that. I think it'd just be so much better. We might play more of this. I don't think I'm gonna play more of it like tomorrow. But I could see me poking into this now and then. I might play it some off stream and see if it gets better. Cause like that spider boss was shit because its hitboxes were so bad. But it was like, you know, it was interesting. So like if other bosses have better hitboxes, I could see them being potentially good. So I mean, we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I want to play more Arc Knights. I want to play more, obviously Darksiders 2. We're gonna keep playing that. And we got to play more Neon White at some point. We're gonna eventually beat that game for sure. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. This was definitely a video game of all time. But we'll raid Cairo. But yeah, it's Wayfinder if you want to check it out. It's on Steam. I'm not being paid to play this game, by the way. I'm just saying that because, you know, I think it just came out. But yeah, thank you guys so much. We'll play that Fear game on Halloween. That's the plan. But I will see you guys later. Take care.